Okay, coming back from our little break, we are now moving on to item 1.C, which is presented by Joe Paul Gonzalez, our county auditor. Microphone, please.
Microphone, please, microphone. Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors, and members of the public and staff. Joe Paul Gonzalez, County Auditor Controller, here to provide you a presentation concerning the transit occupancy tax. So, I noticed there were in the previous sessions talking about the business license tax, sales tax. You know, there's a lot of questions about what is that tax, how does it apply, that kind of stuff. So I'm going to go over with some detail here what the transit occupancy tax is. It's really a tax levied and imposed on all rent paid to the operator of any hotel, and only in the unincorporated area of the county, by any transient for renting, using, or occupying rooms in those hotels to be paid and collected. So what's the definition of a hotel? Well, it's a little bit more expanded than what most people consider a hotel. You know, a commercial hotel. It's any structure or any portion of any structure which is occupied or intended or designed for occupancy by transients for dwelling, lodging, or sleeping purposes. So that means a house. A house can be a hotel for the purposes of this tax. What is an operator? An operator is any person possessing or having an ownership interest in a hotel, or is a proprietor of a hotel, whether in the capacity of an owner, a leasee, a subleasee, a mortgagee in possession, licensee, or any other capacity. It's also any person engaged in the business of operating a hotel. Or, and this is a really important point, it's any person receiving any consideration for the rental of a hotel room for sleeping accommodations, including without limitation any broker, service provider, or other intermediary with which a hotel has contracted to arrange for the rental of a hotel room for sleeping accommodations, or that has acquired any hotel room for subsequent rental from the hotel for sleeping accommodations. Really the next definition is really what is a transient? A transient is any person who exercises occupancy or is entitled to occupancy by reason of concession, permit, right of access, license, timeshare arrangement, or other agreement of whatever nature for a period of 30 consecutive days or less. That's a very important point, because a transient who has an agreement for a month-to-month lease is not a transient. That's a leasee. If a transient makes an agreement for more than 30 days of rental, but pays for only 30 days, that's a transient. That's not a leasee. So, and these are things that I understand are coming up as ways to be able to subvert the process of paying the tax, is to make arrangements to rent greater than 30 days, but those arrangements are cut short. Going back to the operator, that section C1 and 2, that's what provides for the authority under this ordinance to require that platforms pay the transit occupancy tax to the county if they're collecting it on behalf of the homeowner. If they are not collecting it, then it's the responsibility of the homeowner to be collecting it and paying the tax. If either one pays the tax, that's sufficient. That's compliance with the ordinance. But one of them has to pay the tax. A little background on the transit occupancy tax. This was passed in '86 and was passed at the rate of 8%. And it's been that way. It was at 8% until the last day of December of 2018. In June of 2018, the voters passed a measure that increased the transit occupancy tax rate from 8% to 12%. And of note, on January of 2020, Airbnb began collecting or remitting transit occupancy taxes in San Benito County. That was per agreement that the county pursued with Airbnb to be paying the tax on behalf of their clients. These are the operators that pay the tax, transit occupancy tax, to the county. The last one is the Airbnb. That is the only platform that the county has at this time that is paying the tax. So there's not that many taxpayers, as you might imagine. There are other short-term platform rental platforms. This is just a snippet of the number of platforms that are out there. VRBO, HipCamp, Expedia. There's a lot out there. At this time, we, with the planning department, with Ariel from planning, we are working with HipCamp to enter into an agreement with the county and HipCamp to collect the tax on behalf of their clients. We're in the process of collecting copies of their similar agreements that they have with other jurisdictions, so that we could begin that conversation.
Joe Paul, may I ask a question? As
Yes.
I was looking through your presentation this weekend, why is it that those on the slide that you just showed, why are they not collecting taxes for San Benito County? I hear that you said you're just caught up with HipCamp, but why are these others not?
Well, the county has reached out to various of these platforms to request that they enter into an agreement with us, but pretty much the response has been no response to our request. That's why this, I know with VRBO, only Marin County has an agreement with VRBO at this time, and we're hoping to begin negotiations with VRBO, but they've been unresponsive.
Is there anything that we can do to compel them to comply? And this is kind of similar to the conversation we had, with the mining conversation, the previous item, but it just seems like there's got to be something that we can do to force compliance.
And I'm going to get to that in the upcoming slide. So here's our TOT collections by fiscal year. You'll notice that in 2017-18, only $134,000. That was an 8% rate. Then in 2000, the following year, 1819, is when we started collecting at the 12% rate. There was a, it increased. It increased, and then for a couple of years it stayed. I believe that was a 50% increase in the collections. Then in 2021, that was the year that Airbnb began reporting taxes, and it increased by 90%. The collections. So as you can see, having the platforms report the tax makes significant difference in revenues. The following year, 21-22, we've already had Airbnb reporting, but yet it was another huge increase. Can anybody here have an idea of why that increase occurred?
COVID?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It was the kind of the freeing effect of, people wanted to travel more, get out and visit places, even here in San Benito County, and it really had a huge effect. So we're up to $500,000 in revenues from 5 years before being substantially lower because the rate increased and because we now have one platform reporting reporting the tax on behalf of their clients. We see a little bit of dip in 22-23, and in 23-24 it's substantially lower because we haven't completed the year. There's only 3 quarters there. That's at least partially the reason. The next quarter being reported should be a heavier quarter because the weather's better. So we're hoping that we achieve something close to the $500,000 again. Although on average, if we're looking at the 3 quarters of 22-23 against the 3 quarters reported in 23-24, we're about 6% lower. So to get back to answering Supervisor Gonzalez's question concerning what can we do, the board has already taken action in January to approve a contract with Granicus for software services to access short-term rental operator identification and compliance monitoring. As part of that contract, we were supposed to compile all the land record information of the county. The assessor's office was gracious enough to assist us with that. That data, however, had to be manipulated to be able to work in the Granicus platform. So that process is just now being completed, and we are in the process. My staff is in the process of getting logged on and getting trained in using that software for that purpose. So that's my presentation. Are there any questions?
Can I go back?
Before we go to questions, let's go to public comment and then we'll come back to the board.
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. I see no comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board, Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yeah, I was just going back to my initial question. what does that look like in real time in terms of Granicus helping us to capture these?
Yeah,
I mean, are you guys monitoring online service and seeing advertisement for rentals in the area?
that's what that software is gonna do.
Okay.
They're gonna monitor using all that land record data. They're gonna monitor those locations with all the platform, those sites, and to marry that data so that they can identify, hey, this house had a rental, and if they have not paid the tax with the other platforms, which they haven't, we will notify the owner of the land that, hey, you know, you owe the tax and here's the amount that you owe based upon the latest rental. And so that's how we're gonna get people into compliance, because it's the clients who are going to you know, take it in the shorts until they you know, until the platform is collecting the money on their behalf. Otherwise, it's coming out of their net proceeds.
So you have staff that you said you're training for that, to be able to make sure we stay on top of that.
Yeah, recently we've added one accountant to our positions in the auditor's office, which you know, that person is being trained right now, is going to be responsible for the administration of the transfer occupancy tax, along with the assistant auditor, whose job it is to do that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kazmicki.
Yeah, thank you. So I see there's a bit of a range for TOT. I take a much different viewpoint with TOT than I do with sales tax. I think we should be at the higher end of the standard, just simply because when you travel, it's just a secondary thought. We're not really hurting anybody local for the most part. And so we're at 12%. I'm wondering if we should maybe look at inching that up a little bit. I know we can't go terribly too much higher than that, but that's something that I would suggest. I don't know if you have thoughts on just in looking. I know there's a range. I just did a little cursory research, and some are at 8%, some are at 15%, some are at 12.5, and so I just know that when I travel, and it's just a generally known thing, you just pay it, and it's a one-time thing. It's not a big deal, but it is to us. So, do you have thoughts on that?
Well, any sort of increase or change in the rate would require a vote of the people, because this is a change in the ordinance. I personally am more focused on right now in doing everything we can to get the current rentals that are being made, getting the tax paid by the homeowners or by the platforms. And so our focus is going to be getting as many of the platforms signed on with an agreement with the county, and we're hoping to have this hip cap one done this year. And hopefully we can do the other ones. The other big one is the VRBO. That one would be I think another significant increase in our revenues. So I'm really focusing on compliance with the existing tax, and honestly, I have not.
And you don't make political decisions, so I'm not trying to make you stumble over anything here. I do think it should at least be explored. I'm not saying I support it or I'm against it. I just think it should at least be explored, just to see the range, and it's probably not going to make that huge of a difference. But if we get into, which I'm going to get into, these short-term rentals, it could ultimately mean a significant amount of money. It could actually make up for more than the $86,000 we were talking about earlier. So the biggest question is the short-term rentals. This business is expanding at a rapid rate. I know this was sort of like a afterthought, sort of. I know Supervisor Gilio had brought this up years back, and the revenue wasn't this, game changer by any means, but the world is a lot different than it was 2 or 3 years ago when it comes to these short-term rentals. And I'd like to see us expand our tourism industry so all this can kind of work hand in hand. I saw the list of the short-term rentals. I feel like that list of local entities that are doing renting out of properties for whatever activities that they're hosting, I feel like that list should be longer than it is. So I would like us to perhaps look at the auditing factor again.
Well, I think the monitoring service and compliance service that Granicus is gonna provide, they're gonna identify those properties
Okay.
that rented, that didn't pay the tax.
Right. So I would like to hopefully we get a larger list than we have there.
Yeah.
What I don't understand, and perhaps you can enlighten me, is why we need agreements with these individual companies. Why is this not just the law? And why are we requesting or negotiating? Why are we not just requiring?
Well, that's really a legal question.
And that's where I'm going with this. Dave, I firmly believe we need to bring legal into this and lay the hammer down, frankly. And send letters, threatening letters. We have to, like, hey, enough is enough. It's time to pay up. You got to pay the tax. It's a tax. It's the law. There's no bones about it. It's time to pay up.
In a related matter, related to TOT, there will be a further discussion on that very point.
Okay.
at
I
the-
don't want to
At
negotiate.
the next
though.
meeting.
That's my whole thing. I don't want to negotiate. I don't think we
No.
should be negotiating with anybody. When you use that word, it really kind of makes me uncomfortable. I mean, it's 12%. Pay it.
Well,
That's all.
the problem is, we don't know who who the clients are for these platforms at this time. We will know.
But most of these are reputable companies. They have, we should be able to.
They should be.
Yeah, and then
There's
the
no
locals.
question about they're sophisticated companies. They know that in whatever jurisdiction they have clients in, there might be TOT, and if they're doing their due diligence, they're researching that. But because we don't have an agreement, they don't care. They're not reporting it.
Do we have to have an agreement with hotels?
We provided them a certificate that they're a county taxpayer for TOT. So we do go through that process of
Let's send them certificates. Tell them they got to pay. They're not willing to pay. I guess we're gonna probably have to talk about this behind closed doors if there's a will from the board. But I want to have them pay, and I want them to make it known that they need to pay. And that's my recommendation: is that we move forward with involving legal in tandem with the Granicus analysis. Thanks.
the rest of the California counties are in the same boat. They're, we're all struggling with trying to get agreements because there's virtually no way of forcing them to pay because we don't know who their clients are and who they, whether they collected the tax at all. And even if they haven't collected, it's going to be the homeowners responsible for paying the tax.
Can I add, though, just as an example, to go back to the sales tax, like how do we know that Target is paying the right amount? And they're one of our largest in the city of Hollister. But just as an example, Target in the city of Hollister, pick a business.
Well, we know that the Department of Tax and Fee Administration does several audits a year, well, more than several, of private companies. And in those audits, a company like Target, they actually use statistical sampling to be able to figure out how much tax was underpaid because they can't go through every transaction, but they go through a sample of transactions to compute what tax was underreported. So, but yeah, they do a lot of those types of those audits, and that's why we know that large companies are not underreporting.
Right. I just have a hunch we're missing out on a lot of revenue that we should be getting from this, and I think it should be a priority to.
Well, I definitely know that with TOT, that's 100% true, and that's why it's the focus of my department, working along in concert with planning to to try to capture that, that leakage.
Sorry, I'm done. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted to dovetail on that. I think there are some leverages that can be used by the county with these platforms, and we have a TOT discussion next week, and we can add an agenda item on closed session and we can advise you on what those strategies may be.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I guess just looking ahead, if we are unable to legally enforce this or get an agreement or whatever it is, at that point, I would be open to looking into, I think Santa Cruz County does this, they have a separate sort of permit for Airbnbs and things like this that everyone needs to apply for, because, and I don't really, I'd rather get the TOT because I don't want to discourage, you know, like people from doing this. We want to encourage this sort of industry, but if we're not getting anything out of it, we might as well implement some sort of additional permit system if you're going to open a short-term rental like that, because it isn't costless. I mean, every time if there's a short-term rental, it's one less house for someone to live in as well. So we need to be considering that. If we're not going to be getting, if we're unable to get anything from the TOT, we should also look into something like that, I think. But that's if we can't get the TOT set, I'd rather get that set. So that's all.
Thank you. Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. First of all, Joe Paul, to you and your team, and to Ariel and planning, thank you for being kind of proactive and going out. I think this Granicus software is going to really help, and we'll be able to identify some of those. And I agree, sometimes, you know, if we're going after, I did a quick search on VRBO to see what was available, and there are quite a few properties within our area. And I think sometimes it's just the education of them. It's unfortunate that we have to go through this process, but it may get very cumbersome for the individual to have to pay us the TOT. They're going to ask the RBO, I imagine, or any platform, hey, you guys collect it, you take care of that for us. So it becomes easier for them. So I think it's just going to take counties and communities pushing back on these platforms from their, you know, their homes that are offering, or mobile home, whatever it is that they're offering. There's a lot of different availabilities of properties just looking at the RBO for here. So thank you for being proactive, and it's exciting to see, I mean, the growth that we've had from 2018 to 2023 is really remarkable. So thank you for that. I know a lot of that is the hard work out of all of your departments. If someone is doing, listing their home on VRBO or HipCamp or any of the platforms, are they technically a business? So would they fall under, not only are they paying the TOT, would they be required, or should they be required to be paying the business license fee? Technically it's a business, right?
You went right where my notes are, is that we need to be tying this data together, and it's all about data collection. So sorry to.
Well, I would think if they basically put their home up for in business of renting, you know, through Airbnb or any of the other platforms, that once we've identified those addresses, we would ask that they get a certificate from the county.
A business license certificate?
Well, no, TOT certificate.
Okay, a TOT
Our office.
certificate.
We can work with the treasurer's office to also get them to get a business license. Really, it would just be for purposes of identification, because you know, really there's going to be one or two people in that business. It's a very nominal amount of money, but it's as the chair was speaking earlier concerning data.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, very important that we compile this data so we can now convert it into management information to make decisions. And so that's, you know, I wholeheartedly agree with that effort. That's why I think it would be a good idea
Okay.
to work with the treasurer's office and having these homeowners take out a business license.
And maybe to Supervisor Zanger's point, it's there's a separate, right, for that type of a thing. Maybe for the future, I realize it would have to go to the voters or whatever, but maybe it's a nominal fee that they would pay or something, but it seems like they should have the business license as well as, paying the TOT.
Well, hotels under the business license are, not exempt from a business license. They have to pay.
Right, that's what I'm saying. If you're going to, you've got a spot that you're renting out, you
Right.
should probably be paying that business license. So, okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
Oh, go right ahead, Supervisor Zanger.
just so to be clear, they're not paying a business license right now.
That's right. They have
Okay, yeah, and yeah, it would be what I was referring to is it's additional, it's separate, it's a sort of separate, like you said, it's a separate business license, and then they have a separate permit fee for any kind of short-term rental. So that's just to clarify.
Joe Paul, you know me probably better than most. You know I'm all about data collection, but also collaboration between departments and agencies. I see that where we have people come in to get a fictitious business name, there should be a communication with the individuals. Oh, you're getting a fictitious business name? Well, if you're in the city, you need to go here for your business license, or if you're in the county, you need to go here for your business license, and then collaborating with the cities. The cities are turning people away. Oh, you're not in the city, you're in the unincorporated area, but you're going to need to go to the tax collector's office. So I'm assuming you're coming up to, I knew you were.
I'm sorry, I got something caught in my throat. So for the, I can collaborate with Joe Paul's office, but I do know that quite a few companies that are paying under the TOT tax are also have a business license. I can collaborate with them to make sure we're getting as many of them as the auditor's office has. And then, I'm sorry, there was one other question.
Well, it wasn't really a question.
For the fictitious
business names,
yes.
yeah.
So we also have worked with the clerk recorder elections office, and we have given them information on the business license that they can hand out to somebody that comes in and pays on a fictitious business name. I also spoke with HDL regarding, do you look through our fictitious business name database? And they do. And we look through the paper for those fictitious business names also. HDL told me that, basically that a lot of times people will file for a fictitious business name and they don't actually ever start businesses.
Right.
So they do look at that information. It's just that it doesn't always come to fruition.
Yep. And my point here is the data collection part of all of this. Once you have information in Granicus, in your megabyte, in I forgot the Tyler. Yeah, okay. You have all these databases, and the challenge I've had over the years in government is databases are great, but they also are silos if departments are not collaborating and sharing information. And that's where I keep coming back to what the power of GIS is, because this data can be layers within the system that HDL can be monitoring and have real-time information that's happening in our departments. And I feel that technology is something that we can use as a tool to also help embrace, some of these businesses. I completely agree. They need to be paying their fair share, but we also need to make sure that we're doing our part to ensure that they're being informed. So I think the collaboration of information and the hard hammer that you got to be paying, I completely agree. But through a data resource system, you're going to have more bang for your buck. Those are my comments. But thank you so much. Are there any remaining comments? Okay. Thank you, Melinda, so much for your comments, and Joe Paul for your presentation. I think we have no action on this one, or we're just moving on.
No, we got direction. We'll be working on this. We'll come back with another report to the finance committee and discuss it further.
And were we going to discuss a legal potential?
Yes, I totally
Yeah,
agree, including that legal and, yeah.
My understanding is based on the comment, we'll put it on the 21st.
And then ensuring that our business license tax or business license policy or measure that we passed, that we legally can get these mom and pop, like renting out their bedrooms,
Yes.
just to
Yeah.
make sure legally we have that. And if we don't, maybe that's something we can
Yeah.
have another conversation about. Okay? All good?
Yeah.
Good? Okay. Okay, we're gonna move on to 1D. Joe Paul, wow, you're doing a lot of presentations today. So we're now doing it on OPEB, what everybody loves to talk about, right? Sorry,
The board's
just a
favorite
little
subject.
humor.
Okay.
Accounting humor, yeah. Sorry, with Joe Paul, it is accounting. Yeah, it's accounting humor.
So, I believe every member of this board has had a presentation before on OPEB, at least once, maybe twice. So, what is OPEB? It's other post-employment, other than pension obligations. And so what is our obligation? Our obligations are to provide health care benefits to retirees. And if you provide health care benefits to retirees and you're a member of CalPERS, you obligate yourself or the agency to comply with the PEMCA, which is the Public Employees Medical and Hospital Care Act. And the PEMCA in 1993, the county passed a resolution to join the PEMCA. At the time, the employee retired contribution began July 1st, 1993, as a maximum of $1 a month for OPEB benefits. So from 2014 to 2013, the county provided employee health care contributions for active employees, $550. Two-party employee plus one, $1,050, and family plans, $1,315. We provided that same contribution amount to retired employees, what I call the classic employees. And those retirees that are Medicare eligible receive 70% of that contribution. So you can see the lower line there, the lowest line. That's it's equivalent to 70% of the contribution that was given in those years, from 2014 to 2023. In 2024, things change, as you know. The board increased the cap for each of the categories, for each plan, by $200. So active employees are now receiving $750 contribution, and two parties $1,250, and families $1,315. This contribution also applies to classic retirees. Any questions at this point on that issue? No? Okay. In addition, your board also approved a healthcare reimbursement arrangement, which can only be used for healthcare. This is only applies for active employees. That amount was $125 for each employee. If it was employee plus one, it doubled to $250. The family plans received $333.34. And an HRA, it's very important to distinguish It is not part of the county's cafeteria plan. It is over and above. If it was part of the county's cafeteria plan, then retirees would have to, also, this would be a benefit that they would also receive. But since it is not part of the cafeteria plan, they do not receive it, and therefore HRAs do not incur an OPEB obligation. So, kind of illustrate what that did in 2024 for healthcare. The orange bar is for this is an employee-only plan. Is over $900 is the premium. The gray portion of the lower bar there is the old cap, $550. The blue portion is the additional monthly contribution. That's the $200 that was added. The kind of yellow portion there is the HRA, and the green portion is what the employee pays for their portion of healthcare. So as you could see, if the board had not done that, the employee was going to have to pay for the yellow portion and the blue portion, in addition to that green portion. So that was significant help for employees to meet the cost of health care. And the same concept there with the employee plus one plans. The green portion is what the employee share is, and which is lower than the combined blue and yellow share, the HRA and the additional contribution. So it was significant help to the employee plus one plans. And the family plans also received significant help. As you can see there, the blue and the yellow portions, they would have been paid this year had it not been for the board's actions to help lessen the burden of the cost of health care for family plans. The board passed these resolutions in 2021. Again, because there had been a hiatus of 5 years that the county was no longer part of CalPERS. We were with the CSAC EIA, which is now PRISM, for 5 years for healthcare. So we were out of the PEMCA requirements, but we elected in 2021 to resume to be part of the PEMCA. And so at this time, the PEMCA minimum amount in 2024 is $157. For every employee group where employees are hired after these dates, they are subject to the PEMCA minimum. They are not classic employees who are eligible for classic retirement benefits.
Sure, Supervisor Sotelo has a question real
Just,
quick.
does the PEMCA go up annually, Joe Paul?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so like the $1, even though we left for 5 years, it's not like, oh my gosh, that really screwed us because we would have still been at $1 annually. It would have probably been to where we are right now.
Right, the PEMCA minimum increases irregardless of whether we are part of the
okay.
PEMCA or not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so when you offer OPEB benefits to employees and you are a local government, you must comply with the Governmental Accounting Standards Board Statements 74 and 75. There used to be statements 43 and 43 and 45. But the new standards are that you must provide an actuarial valuation and measure your OPEB liability associated with the benefits, and you must do this every 2 years. At this time, we are on the old valuation. We will be, we're in the process now of getting into contract with our actuary to perform a valuation as of June 30th of 24. So we'll have a new valuation sometime later this year. And so the an important thing that comes out of the actuarial valuation is the determination of the actuarially determined contribution, the ADC. It's basically what is the target amount that must be collected by the agency annually to be in compliance with these with the GASB Statement 75. The county also county's actuary also computes what the implicit subsidy is, and the county auditor's office uses the valuation report in the county's annual comprehensive financial report, and you'll see that information in the notes of the ACFA. So in general, a retiree from the county, in order to be eligible for OPEB benefits, must retire from the county and have to be at least 50 years of age and have 5 years of CalPERS service. From the last actuarial evaluation, the average age of active employees is 44 years of age and have an average past service of 7.5 years of service. The average age of retired employees is 69 years on average, and they retired at the age of 58. I was debating whether to even bring this implicit subsidy into this conversation, because I know I tend to lose the board when I start talking about this stuff. But I'll just show you that in the next slide. What the actuary does is that what the implicit subsidy is, it's basically how much more are active employees paying right now for their health care plan, because we offer health care benefits to retirees. And in this example here, you can see the implicit subsidy for a retiree, the amount was $485. And the spouse was $485. So they're receiving that additional benefit as a retiree because employees have the additional burden of paying a higher premium. Okay, so this is the valuation. I went through this last year, and it was based upon the valuation results that the board took action to increase the cap $200. As of June 30th, 2022, the OPEB 115 irrevocable trust had actuarial value of the assets were about $33 million, and the OPEB liability was $25 million. So there was actually more money in the fund than needed to meet the OPEB liability. We were 131% funded, so we were overfunded. The other thing I'd point out that in 2021, you can see our OPEB liability was $37 million. Why did it go down to $25 million the next year? Well, if you go down to the discount rate, you could see that the discount rate was lower, 4.19%. When you use a lower discount rate, that will increase your liability. And in order to avoid using a lower discount rate, the local agencies must agree to follow the GASB 75, basically the statement, which is basically that you will fund the ABC, the actuarially determined contribution. And so that the board did that, and so in 22, the discount rate increased to 6.65%, and our liability dropped by over $11 million. Okay, as the board will recall, in order to prepare for negotiations, to actually, figure out what the board could do to expand healthcare benefits for employees and retirees, your board ordered a actuarial modeling, and there were different scenarios, but the board ended up choosing scenario number 5, and you can see here, based upon the actuary's modeling, in 2022 the OPEB liabilities are $26 million. In the previous slide, they're $25 million, right? So why the difference? Well, there's a new valuation going to be created, and based on the predictions of that valuation, that liability is increased in the model. So you can see here for that $200 increase, total OPEB liabilities would increase to $30.5 million. So about $4.5 million increase. When you increase just $200 to that contribution, that's 17% of what the baseline was, which is the old cap. But the board made a decision based on the fact that we are at that time overfunded at 130%. So it made financial sense to increase the cap. So based on that scenario, the actually determined contribution, the ABC, the actuary predicts that in 2023, if we kept the old baseline, we would still be about $460,000 that would be our ABC, actually determined contribution. But because we increased the cap, they predicted that we should increase that contribution to $990,000. And so it's basically $530,000 more than the old contribution. And so as a percentage of the baseline, it increased by 114%. So the county has an irrevocable trust with PARS.
Madam Chair, is it possible to blow that up?
Oh, yeah. I was blowing it up on my computer. Sorry.
You're gonna have to get out of it and then actually
Yeah.
make it bigger.
Leave it and come back.
Hit the escape button.
Or take a snippet and blow up the
There you
snippet.
go.
There
That
you go.
works.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's a little better.
A little bit. There you go.
Go up, scroll up a little. Some people would say scroll down. That's a conversation my husband and I have often. There you go, that's better.
All right. So as of June 30th, 2023, this is a snippet, one point in time. This was the OPEB trust. This is how much was in there. This, 29 million, over $29 million. Keep in mind that we have been paying for retiree benefits out of this trust, which is over $2 million a year. So, as of the quarter ending March 31st, 2024, our portfolio started off with $31 million, and the market value is at $33 million. However, I will say that because of the nature of the requirements of the 75 is that even though we're going to use June 30th, 2024 as the date of the valuation, the measurement date of the assets is going to be 1 year earlier, June 30th, 23. So it's kind of funky. There was a Linda statement was passed along with the pension statement, going back and using 1-year-old data. Just it rubs all accountants the wrong way because it's not matching. It's not comply with the matching concept of GAAP. Okay, so the recommendations is that we continue to draw down from the 115 trust to pay for healthcare costs for retirees. We continue to fund the ABC as our official policy, and that I could come back after the valuation is done. New valuation and hopefully do a shorter report to the board about how that valuation has changed our OPEB obligations. And that concludes my report.
Great, thank you so much, Joe Paul. Let's open it up to public comment.
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. I see no comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Is there anyone that would like to start? Supervisors, Cosmic?
Yeah, real quick, I just want to make sure it's understood and for the public that we had the 130-something% funded. We have to wait for the valuation to get a full understanding of what percentage funded we are. Essentially.
That's correct.
Oh, that's all. Thank you.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. As a newer supervisor, this is really confusing to me, so I'm going to be honest off the top. No, it's not your fault at all. It's just it's a little complicated and looking at all these numbers. So I've got a couple of questions for you. So I think it was slide 16 that had the GASB 75 valuation. So the second kind of grade area, it lists, I understand the top part, no problem. That all makes sense to me. The second one, though, there's an OPEB expense. What is the OPEB expense?
Well, that's the actual cost of retiree premiums.
Okay, so 1920 we're looking at almost 900,000. Then 2021 you're at almost 1.9 million, And then it looks like 21, 22, we're credited 1.2 million?
Well, it's a negative number because we are overfunded.
Okay,
Yeah.
and because the
In
market's
Joe
doing-
Paul's world, that's a
It's a
good thing.
No,
When-
I get
yeah,
that.
No,
I
but
understand that.
Yeah, I'm just sorry. Keep going.
So that's just the actual cost of,
Well, yeah, because in terms of real expense, well, we didn't experience a real expense because we actually made more money in the fund
gotcha.
than we
Than we
needed.
paid it-
and
than we paid
because of
out.
that, it's,
Okay,
it's
okay. Okay. So let's see, also on slide 16, down on the next one, it lists a discount rate.
Yeah.
And you kind of went over that a little bit already, but who sets the discount rate?
the discount rate is basically in the standard. If the standard, if we do not comply with the ADC contribution, the actually determined contribution, if our policy is not to fund it, then it reverts to the actuary to determine what is the risk-free rate. And that low risk-free rate is what she used. There's different indices that she uses to arrive at that rate. And that's sort of like and because it's a low rate, it has a very exaggerated effect on our OPEB liability.
Okay. So would it vary from county to county then on the discount rate?
It varies on whether you comply with the GASB 75 ADC funding policy. If the agency does not have a policy of funding the full ADC, then the actuary will look at that risk-free rate. The 6.65, that's a target that is set by us and our investment. They're the ones who say, hey, this is the amount that this particular portfolio, in the makeup of that portfolio, here's what we think that the expected return on the assets will be.
Okay.
And also the discount rate for which is used for determination of OPEB liability.
Okay. Okay. It's a little bit hard just because it's so volatile. It's all over the place trying to follow it, you know, there's and then without having last year's number, it's a little hard to kind of follow. So are we so I get that, okay, your OPEB liability is X and your value of assets, your actuarial is a different number. We've funded everywhere from 86% to 131%. Is there a range that, like by law that it has to be funded at no less than 80%, or, do we have to be at 100 or above, or am I making sense with that question?
Yeah. You are.
Okay.
You are.
Sure, it's a good
Okay.
question.
So, in general, any pension or OPEB fund, in order for it to be a fund that is considered, the level of fundedness is good, has to be over 80%.
Okay.
In general. If, like, and because we're using 1-year-old information as it relates to the market value of the assets, and we're comparing it to the liability as of a year later, it's hard to it's hard to reconcile that, but that's the statement. That's what the GASB that's where they landed on. But anyway, getting back to your question, so we were funded only 72% in 21, and the reason why our funded level dropped to that level is because our discount rate was low. And our discount rate was low because the county had opted not to follow the policy of funding the actuarially determined contribution. The board made a decision not to fund the ABC, and that's what triggered that.
We're playing it a lot safer now, is basically.
It's- yeah.
We're
Well,
being
I'm just
more
wondering-
fiscally responsible with the discount rate, sorry, Madam Chair.
That's okay.
Trying to
Okay,
follow.
no,
No,
it-
I
it helps.
appreciate
It
the,
helps.
I appreciate the help
You've
trying to
been
understand
on
it.
this longer than we have. So, CAO Espinoza?
If I may?
Yes,
I don't wanna,
please.
okay, so there's a lot of factors, and that's what the actuarial takes in. At one point in time, we were very, very low, some time back, and we were going through a great recession. There was a lot of difficulties with finances, so we put healthcare caps. And we also, prior to the state moving forward with PIMCA minimums, at a certain period of time, we also negotiated that in. So there was multiple factors that were taken into place to actually, when they do the actuarial, they do all this forecasting, and basically we were able to save on our obligation for the year per person. So that allowed us to divert those funds for new staff and addressing our fiscal needs. So really in this case, it's really important. There's a lot of factors that go into the actuarial, and you know, the PIMCA minimum, when you look at that, the new hires that Joe Paul presented is key, because as time goes on, as the retirees, you know, I think there was an average age of I forgot what you had in here,
68 or
68 approximately. As people then pass away, then the obligation, we're not obligated anymore. And then the PIMCA minimum, there is a lower obligation on health care. It's only 150-ish compared to, you know, a lot of money, hundreds of dollars that we pay out. So that really, as those factors, that actuary comes into place, our obligation, we're more funded, I guess, is one way to look at it. And there's just a lot of factors involved. So I just want to share, like, it's complicated. It is complicated, and the actuarial folks actually put all these factors into place. How many employees we have, what the age is. I mean, there's a lot of different factors that go into it, and then they spit out a number of kind of where we stand and what those forecasting looks like.
Okay.
Hopefully that.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Maybe
I kind of get it in the I'm just trying to figure out. So with the actuarials, there is, I mean, if we fund it at 100%, that's great, but we don't have to fund it at 100%.
No, we don't.
I mean, if we
And-
came and there was a bad year and it was like, okay, we're going to make a decision, we're either laying off or funding the OPEB, those are decisions that this board would be making.
Yeah, and a lot of times what we'll do, Joe Paul and I, Joe Paul obviously is fiscal, very conservative. I'm the operations person. We need to put money back into operations. So a lot of times we meet halfway.
Okay.
There are different, you know, discount rates that we receive at times. There's kind of a low, medium, and kind of a larger number. And typically we've been trying to go at the medium where we address our obligation, but we also address operations as well. So hopefully that helps.
So in 2022, the funded ratio was 131.4%. Do we have any idea what 2023 is going to be?
Well,
That's what
That- it's number 5. The number 5 that we presented, those are like projections of what it could be. Is it which page?
So,
Laura?
and I think what's a little bit
17.
confusing to me when I look at those is that 2022, I get it shows 0%. So the $200 increase, I mean, it was what, 2 months, 3 months in 2023. So that's showing just a couple of months. It looks like it's a full year for 2023 with that $200 increase, which that wasn't how it was. I mean, right?
Right. Remember, these are just projections using actuarial information of what they, you know, what the ADC is going to be, and what the level of liability is going to, how it's going to change as a result of making a change to the baseline cap. That's all this did.
Okay, so what we're proposing is to continue being overfunded essentially by 113%.
Well-
Is that kind of, I mean, it just, it's odd to me.
One of the things to consider is we're gonna do another actuarial study that's gonna be coming out, and we'll come back to your board. Once we have that, we'll have more accurate numbers. There's been a lot of change, a lot of flux. We added more healthcare to current employees as well as retirees. We also have new employees. We have employees leaving. We have people. There's a lot of other factors that go into these numbers as well that we need to get updated on. So again, these are good updated. It's a snapshot in time, but as we get the new actuarial, they'll probably be more accurate at that point.
Okay.
So that number may be 90%, maybe 95%, especially what we've invested into our current employees this last go around. We invested a lot, so that number may go down significantly.
And,
Okay.
and after I get that valuation back, I can also bring to the board a decision of what level of what discount rate the board wants to assume. You can assume a low discount rate, which is more conservative. That means a lower discount rate will increase your liability and therefore your level of fundedness, even taking into account the market rate of the assets, will go down. You're not going to be 130%. It's going to be it's going to be lower. Because right now there's CL is correct. In previous years, bring forward 3 options for the discount rate, and one's a medium, a high, and a low. And at this time, we're still at a high discount rate. We're choosing the highest rate, trying to get the highest returns on our money.
Gotcha.
Keep in mind that this is not; these funds are invested funds in a separate irrevocable trust. They're not part of the county treasury. They're not subject to government code restrictions. So that's why you can actually choose a different discount rate. Assume a higher level of risk.
Okay. So then the recommendation today is continue drawing the retiree healthcare costs from the PARS 115 trust, and then continue to fund the recommended actuarial determined contribution as the official employer funding policy. But we don't have an amount. We don't know what that is right now.
Well, we're
Right?
still
So-
basing it on the
Old.
on the old numbers,
So we do.
which it's from the old
So the-
evaluation. That's 2
yeah.
years old.
So it's status quo.
Okay.
That's
But
what
today we're
that's-
not actually making any decisions. It's a presentation only, correct? I want to make sure
Yeah,
I'm on
it's
track there.
we're not making any changes. We will come back to your board at a later date
With better data.
Okay.
with more accurate
Okay,
data.
that makes me feel a lot
Having
more
3
comfortable.
options, we will make some changes potentially in the future, depending on what the rates are and what the actuarial study
Okay.
presents. So yeah.
Okay.
So-
Then I'm comfortable with that. Thank you, Joe Paul.
Any other questions, comments?
Madam Chair, real quick, I
Supervisor
support the recommendations, obviously, but I would, just preemptively, I would like to see us stay at or near 100% to be conservative. And I'm also of the belief that we are destined to see a downturn in the markets at some point here, at some point. We don't know exactly when, but it's gonna happen at some point. Thanks.
Nope. Okay. How does I geek out on this stuff because of you. I do enjoy learning about it. I have questions always about the actuarial and where the data comes from. For example, are we tracking our data to actually see when our people are actually retiring and getting an average versus what an actuarial is saying, maybe, the average in the state? Are we looking at our life expectancies of how I like to know the data source, and actuarials can be very different in where they get their data.
each agency will have very different actuarial data because it has to do specifically to the group,
Right.
to the plan. How many men are in the plan? How many women are in the plan? What the ages
So it's
are.
using our data.
data.
Specifically
So
our data.
it's coming from our, that's why I keep looking at Henny, it's coming from ours.
Our data.
Okay,
Our
good.
employees,
Good.
our
But this
retirees.
also is why also, health costs will go up if we are having a better health system and people are living longer. That changes our actuarials. My one question that I'm gonna is vacancy budgeting. How is vacancy budgeting incorporated into the actuarial analysis, or is it?
It is not.
So this is based on us being fully employed for every open position. Do I have that wrong?
Well, it's based on at the time, that snapshot in time on June 30th, 2024, that snapshot in time, who's on the workforce right now, who's a retiree.
Okay, so it's based on physical bodies in that snapshot,
It is.
not positions. That's the only thing I wanted to
Yeah.
clarify. I wanted to make sure, because as we grow in these positions, and if we don't have them filled, the actuarial is not actually funding them because they're not physically employed yet. As we fill positions or add positions and fill positions, this is going to cause our numbers to skew, and we're going to have a lot more liability that we have to contribute to. I just want to make sure I'm understanding
But one
where
of
the
the
numbers
things
come
that
from.
your board has done is that you've limited the contribution to the PEMCA minimum
Right.
for anybody hired from here forward, right?
Right.
So it's $157 a month, this
Right.
year. It's yes, it's increasing the liability, but it's not
Not to what it was,
not
what
what
it
it
could have
used to
been.
be.
not
What
it
could
could
it
have
used
been.
to be?
Yeah.
What it used to be is actually a better answer. What it appeared previously. And can you just why are when the employee health contributions, each bargaining unit has a different date?
Mhm.
And that was when I saw this slide, that was news to me. I thought everybody was October 1st of 2013, and every bargaining unit was different. Is there some history behind that?
That's when it was bargained with each of the
Okay.
groups.
Okay, gotcha. Just wanted to make sure I understood.
I will just add one caveat to the statement made earlier. When the new Joe Paul is absolutely right. New hire that's not in the CalPERS system. If it's a classic member from another one, it gets rolled over. They have a certain period of time that could roll over as a classic member, which would be a little different.
Yep.
But they still got to meet all the obligations, 5 years, and
Gotcha.
all the other stuff.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Appreciate the presentations, Joe Paul.
Thank you.
Everybody good? Okay. We're gonna skip 1E, because 1F is really quick. County Council is going to do 1F, and then we will break for closed session and come back and do 1E in the afternoon. So, yes, well, and Dom's party. Well, I was going to announce that at closed session. So when we go out for closed session, we will be celebrating a new arrival that came this weekend. Penelope Zanger is new to the world, and I just love the name. I think it's adorable. But we will be breaking, and everybody can. But that'll be after we do closed session. Okay, we'll do closed session, then we'll pull everybody in.
Almost afternoon, isn't it? Oh, still
Make
good
sure
morning.
your mic's on and that
Morning,
you're
everybody.
speaking
So,
into it.
There's a few redundancies in this, so I'll try to go fairly fast. The referendum issue or initiatives there. Paul is governed under the Elections Code 9100 at SEC, and it allows the public to basically enact an ordinance. And with your involvement at some points, but it's limited. Initially, the proponents of a new ordinance or initiative must file a notice of intent to do that. And as soon as the notice of intent is filed, they request that the title and a summary provided in my office.
I'm sorry, David, do you mind speaking more into the mic? I know it's
Yeah,
difficult on
sorry.
Zoom to hear when we don't have people speaking right
You
into
guys
the
all
mic.
scare me, so I backed up.
Oh, no, don't back up. We won't bite. Promise.
Um,
Not today.
So anyway, yeah, my office does that, and the trick in doing that is to provide a non-biased title and a non-biased summary. In other words, try not to advocate when you write it. There is a publication of the notice under 9105. There's no time in that, but it has to be a newspaper of general circulation, and that allows the public to know that there's a notice on that it's being determined. The elections official then determines the number of signatures that will be necessary to put this actually on the ballot. And unless those signatures are obtained, it doesn't go anywhere. But as the proponents begin to circulate the petition among registered voters for a signature, the county council will prepare the document, as I said earlier. Once the signatures are being sought, they have 180 days, and that's from the filing of the notice to get the number of signatures. If they can't get the number of signatures in that time, then it's not going to go that year. So the election official then is given the list of signatures, has 30 days to validate those signatures. Those are 30 business days, and certify the sufficiency of the number, and then it would come to the Board of Supervisors at the next regular meeting after the certification. And then the board has a certain amount of decisions to make at that point. And one of the decisions you can make is simply to adopt the ordinance. As you know, you have the power to adopt an ordinance. You don't need to go to an election to adopt the county ordinance. And unless this is a required referendum, then you can just adopt the ordinance as the public voted. However, you can't change it at all. If you change it, you have to either give it back to them or move it on to another process, and that is to submit it to the voters. But again, you can adopt it as is or move it to the voters. You can also order what's called a 9111 report. And I didn't stutter, it's 9111. So that report gives you information, the financial information, the effect on the economy, a whole list of things, and we'll go over that in a second. So the timeline for doing this is within 10 days or order an election after the 911 report comes in, 9111. Okay, so if the initiative qualifies under the Elections Code, the board must call for that election 88 days before the next statewide election. So if the initiative qualifies pursuant to Election Code 9215 or 9310, the election has to be held within 88 days after the date of the order of election. not less than 88 days. You do have the option to call a special election for a date at least 88 days or 103 days later, which the full cost of the special election is paid by the county. Normally, you would simply move it along under 9118. So here's the elements of a 911 report, the fiscal impacts of the ordinance, the effect on internal consistency with general and specific plan, housing element and zoning, effect on the use of land and ability to meet regional housing needs, impact on infrastructure funding and including transportation, impact on ability to attract and retain businesses and employment, any other matters requested by the Board of Supervisors. These are all matters that you would take into consideration if you were adopting the bill. So this is kind of redundant for that, but basically the report has to be submitted to the board 30 days after the county election official certifies the sufficiency of the petition to the Board of Supervisors. Now, during the election, this is what limits your role, because there's going to be a desire on individual part. You either feel about the ordinance one way or the other, and you want to advocate one way or the other. You can do it, but you have to do it within the parameters of the law, which I'll talk about. So anything that you draft, like or has to be fair and objective. You can't advocate, except as I'll talk about in a minute. You cannot use public funds or facilities, equipment, or anything which the public pays for to advocate one way or the other for an initiative. You can endorse a ballot measure or oppose a ballot measure. You can either do that individually or you can do it as a board. If you do it as a board, it has to be in the public's view, and it has to be a matter that you vote on and take a position on as a board. In other words, a majority of your board votes one way or the other. You should not take part in campaigns because it subjects you to giving information, and a particular challenge is to keep that information unbiased when you're out on a campaign. How do you do that? So the recommendation is to stay away from that. So again, the county still has the ability, and you do, to analyze the effect of the ordinance and let the people know, the citizens of the county know, what the effect of this ordinance has on the county. You may respond to telephone calls or letters as long as your response is not advocacy, it's information only. Again, you may not use public resources. You can't put anything about this one way or the other on the county website. You can't link, for instance, campaign information on the county website. That's use of public property for a private election. A public employee can make a presentation on a public agency's position as long as it's informative, such as to the Chamber of Commerce, etc. What's not allowed? Making written materials available in county premises, including libraries and community centers, in a manner that expressly advocated position on the ballot measure. In other words, you can't use any county facilities for one side or the other. You can't use county staff to write campaign speeches. You can't use county telephones, computers, etc. You can't use mail. You can't send out press releases in a manner that expressly advocates a position on a ballot measure. Using county stationery in a manner that expressly advocates a position. Using public funds to produce bumper stickers, etc. In other words, I think you get the message. You can't use public funds to support or oppose a ballot measure. This is the style, tenor, and timing test comes out of a case, the Stanton v. Mott. And basically it says there are ways of giving information that is factual, but still advocacy. And that is simply by the way you word it, by the way you present it, the tenor in your voice. For instance, if you can angrily scream fracks at people, but that lets them know you probably don't support this ballot measure, even though you are giving them facts underlying the ballot measure. So the bottom line here is you have to be careful, because you can trip over this wire at any time. So this slide simply discusses the fact that, again, you need to be neutral in this. Even though you may individually take a position opposing, you can't use public funds to do so. Okay, so Board of Supervisors or any member of the board may file a written argument just like any other citizen. And the election official who is the one who selects those arguments depending on the number received. So any citizen has a right to file an argument, and the election officials will decide, depending on the printing costs and what the arguments say, and if they're redundant or not, the election official will pick those arguments to be included in the ballot. Multiple supervisors or individual supervisors, you can present separate arguments as stated. And again, any action by the board must be compliant with the Brown Act, and you can individually join arguments by other citizens. Okay, so the timelines are within 15 days of the filing of the proposed initiative measure. County Council provides the title and summary to the Register of Voters. 180 days after the receipt of that title and summary, the signatures must be secured, and the petition is given to the election official, who within 30 days certifies those signatures. The important timelines: within 10 days of the certification of petition is presented at a regular meeting, the Board of Supervisors shall adopt an order or issue an order stating that it's going to election. If it does go to election, there are additional guidelines that are probably outside the scope of this presentation. If the proposed ordinance is approved by the board, it shall be considered adopted on the date the vote is declared by the Board of Supervisors, and shall go into effect 10 days after that.
We lost your screen.
Any questions?
We just, there we go. Let's open it up to public comment.
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. I see no comments.
Okay, coming back to the board. Supervisor Kozmicki.
Yeah, real quick, just to clarify, so, like, for instance, Facebook, social media, it's not counting resources, our positions could potentially be used, or we could use them on social media without repercussion. Or are you saying that?
No, you can individually endorse or oppose a ballot measure, but you can do that as long as what you're using is not counted.
Right, so I could use my private phone, private email.
Yeah. Just like you can file the argument, you could take a position against a ballot measure and file an argument, or you can argue on your own Facebook page.
Because I saw the press release statement, maybe that was a little broad, I guess, because I saw press release, and you're saying like on county letterhead or something like that, you wouldn't send out a press release.
Yeah, press release would indicate that there's some kind of board approval, and the press is taking.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That's it.
Supervisor Sotelo.
So I don't really have any, I just want to be clear that I don't really have any questions other than this question, and that is, so just to be clear, where you're asking us to provide direction regarding a possible preparation for an initiative that has been filed.
Yeah.
and so looking at doing the 9111 for that and moving forward at an amount not to exceed $50,000. Am I understanding that correctly? So you just provided us all of this background information, but like what we're voting on is if we want to do this 9111 or not, right?
Yes.
Okay, just want to be clear on that. Okay, I'm good with that. So I don't want to take away anybody else's thunder. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on it. Thank you.
And the list, can we go to, because I'm not finding it on my slide. Can we go to your slide and the list of things that we can request
Under the 9111.
under the 9111?
Yeah, this is it.
There you go. That's the one I wanted to have up.
And this is, if this is particularly applicable to the initiative being proposed, as, because it will affect the general plan, housing elements, all of that.
So your recommendation is that we ask for all 9111?
Yeah, I think you need it.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that the board knew there's options on the
Now, remember,
9111.
when this comes in, it'll be presented to the public, but in a neutral manner. So. Okay.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So I move to approve as recommended.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you, David. And with that, we're going to open this up to closed session public comment. Didn't forget today.
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. I see no comment.
Okay, great. So we are going to move into closed session. We have one item because we pulled the first closed session. We'll be back, and then we'll have a little get-together, okay? Thanks. To do the afternoon session, but we'll be back in like 15 minutes for you guys. Back from closed session, and here we are. Okay, so we are moving on to, I believe, which is almost our final item, is 1.E, if I have that right, the actual special budget meeting for today. CEO Espinoza.
Reportable actions.
Oh, any reportable actions from closed session?
There were no reportable actions.
Microphone, please.
There were no reportable actions.
Okay, great. Okay, now we're moving to 1.E. CEO Espinoza, are you, or is someone else from your team?
Yep. Yeah, we got Ramon coming on in, and I can go ahead and get started.
Okay.
I'll open up this particular item. So with that, I just wanted to share with the board that, and provide the board some housekeeping with regards to today. And as you know, as I mentioned earlier today, we made a real huge push to get the budget done this month. Typically, we're here in November and scrambling and spending a lot of time finishing up the budget. Really, all we have today is presenting you the budget, and then in June we'll probably be fine tuning what we discussed today and some changes and making it a lot more presentable in June. With that, again, I wanted to give a special thanks to Cheyenne and Ramon, as well as our administrative team, Dulce, Gracie, Henny. HR really was significant in helping out. We have the departments, their finance folks that helped us, department heads, auditing. Everyone has been just great on really pushing forward with getting the agenda done today and assisting in their respective areas with the budget. So today what we're going to be discussing with your board is really the Schedule 9 out of all the schedules. And we're going to go through that. You have that available to you. Today, as you see with the 3 attachments, what we wanted to do is present the May 14th agenda item. That's the one we're really going to be pulling from. That is today. We also have the June 17th agenda, a draft agenda that we actually have attached that is going to be what we're going to use for June 17th. There might be some tweaks with regards to regular agenda, consent agenda. We may swap things around. Your board may want to look at something else. We can put it on a regular. But that's going to be the gist of it for June 17th. We just wanted to leave that there for you to review. The PowerPoint that you have actually before you as well has links that actually go to the May 14th or to the stories themselves. So you're able to go into those, and Ramon will do that when he goes through his presentation. You can click on an item. You can go to any one of the budget items, go into it and look at the detail of it, the revenues, expenses, any travel, anything that you want to look at. So everything is there. And then what we've done is we've actually allocated our FTE positions as well as capital and road positions. So today we've covered a lot. We've covered HDL, which your board had asked for, TOT. We've covered revenues, sales tax. So we've gone through some of those things. Today, this next presentation is going to be finalizing your request at our last meeting, which will be covering the library budget, county council budget, non-profits, economic opportunity funding, and et cetera. So those are the things that we're going to be kind of going through, as well as, like I said, you'll have everything at your fingertips if you have any other questions concerning any other items. Government Code Section 29064, 29061, 29, and you can go to the next slide, Ramon, if you don't mind. 2902 highlights administration's obligation to be here going through this process, in particular on June 17th, which is going to be section code 2903 and 29064. That is, those are our requirements to go through this process to make sure that we present to you a recommended budget before June 30th, and that is our obligation. We've gone through a lot of the work, the heavy lifting, as I mentioned, with the department heads to get to this point. And on June 17th, your board, through those section codes, the last ones I just mentioned, that's your responsibility, per the California Budget Guidebook, and the obligation from a legal perspective, what we are obligated to do. So those section code numbers requires your board to formally adopt the recommended budget in June. Section code 29088, as you can see there, actually is adopting through resolution. And we ultimately have to October, actually the 2nd of this year, to get that codified and the final adopted the final adopted budget that you'll have to do. Typically, we bring that back in September-ish timeframe. So it's kind of a 2-step process. Well, really 3-step. We do all the work. We go through budget, these special meetings. We kind of go through a lot of discussion about positions, adding positions, not adding positions, what our vacancies are, what our costs are, pension obligations, OPEB obligations, and a lot of other things is what we go through. And this is then put into the schedules for every department, their salaries, as well as services, supplies, as well as outside of that is our CIP capital projects for different things. So all of this is kind of bundled up, wrapped up, and it's also tied to the state. So it's all intertwined. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that today through the subvention department on the states, where they're at with the state. But I did want to highlight one thing, is just keeping this in mind, that more or less what we have before you is, as a recommended, is pretty much similar to what we had last year. And the reasons why is we added 7% and 6%, and then also our healthcare costs have increased pretty significantly. And so what we are doing, per your board's request, is actually diverting a lot of our reserves to roads. Obviously, we have our requirements, our reserves for emergencies and some of our operations, which your board did set into policy. But outside of that, outside of those basic obligations, a lot of that money we have actually put into road projects, which we'll have a presentation today from Steve Loop, and he'll present our capital projects, roads, as well as our capital projects for buildings and maintenance that are really health issues, so health and safety issues. So there's a little bit of work that we still need to do just to kind of keep our buildings up to par. As I mentioned, just lastly, in closing, for my section here, the Savannah departments, I want to thank them this year for working on this. You know, we still haven't got final word from the state. They have a deficit, a large deficit. Today is the day that they're going to provide us more details, so probably at the end of the day or sometime during this meeting, they'll probably provide more information. Tracy and Dana will elaborate further on the impacts. But in general, typically, especially like on the behavioral health side, you know, Medi-Cal is not impacted, you know, due to the entitlements and other things. So there's some things that may or may not be impacted, but I think in general we're going to probably be okay. But we'll have to keep a close eye on it, and the two department directors will be doing that and presenting those issues, potential issues. So with that, done my part. We're going to move on to the next part, and we have Ramon here. He'll continue with this presentation.
Thank you, CAO Espinoza. Good afternoon, everyone. Ramon Aban, Budget Officer for San Benito County. Thank you, department heads, for being here, assistant department heads, managers. Who else do we have in the house? Associate assistant directors. So I want to echo what CAO Espinoza said earlier. Thank you to all department staff and administration staff for helping get us here. There was a lot of work being done department-wide. You know, everybody was able to get their budgets in on time. And what you will see throughout the presentation is what I am calling a draft. Yes, we're pretty much done with everything, but there will be some fine-tuning as we have this conversation with the board, to adjust a couple of things in the next couple of weeks. So some of the budget concerns we have in the administration office are demand for services, minimal and stagnant revenues, aging facilities and deteriorating road infrastructure, and overall expenses growing faster than revenues. I was listening to the conversations earlier today, and you know, I think it's great that we're having these conversations about business license taxes and transient occupancy taxes, and seeing if there's anything that the county can do to generate, you know, even a little bit more revenue from those sources. And I'm glad we're going to have that conversation next week. I'm hoping that perhaps an audit will help generate some additional revenues in those areas. So for positions requested, we have new position requests from general fund departments. We have 19 new positions being requested, a total of $2.2 million. And we have from subvention funds, the item in front of us is showing 17 new positions. However, after hearing from Health and Human Services Agency, they reviewed the information, and the correct number there should be 8 new positions from behavioral health and integrated waste management for a total of $1.4 million. Some items to consider regarding new positions are increases in salaries. As you heard earlier today from CAO Espinoza, we did have negotiations and a 7% cost of living adjustment in October of last year, and we do expect another 6% cost of living adjustment in October of this year. We will be discussing recommendations regarding the administrative offices. Recommendations regarding the general fund positions and subvented fund positions. Essentially, one of the main things we've been discussing is that we can balance the budget if we move forward with unfunding or freezing current vacant positions. And later on, we'll discuss summary information that we've come up with to see if that's something that the board would like to do.
So, and just for clarity purposes, there's 2 options that we have. One is actually, you know, freezing and balancing our budget without dipping into reserves, or keeping it kind of status quo the way we have been with vacancy budgeting, allowing flexibility on hiring folks. Your board did ask at the last meeting to look and, well, why are we doing the vacancy, you know, why aren't we not doing, you know, stopping vacancy budgeting? So we wanted to present both options. And so we have a spreadsheet that really clearly defines the positions, which ones will have to be frozen, and what that dollar figure is, and then what it is to balance our budget. So it'll be a lot clearer a little later on that.
Here's a list of the general fund positions being requested. We have about a percentage amount based on cost. For the administrative office, it's roughly 19%. That's 1 position from the clerk of the board, 1 position from the administration officer division, and then from the sheriff's office, we have about 72% of the request for a total of $1.6 million, and a portion of that is for operations, sheriff's patrol, and then another portion is for the jail operations. And then toward the bottom of the list, we have from planning and zoning requests. That's about 9% of the total request. And I'm going to go ahead and move on so that we can hear the entire information. And if anybody has questions at the end of most of these slides, we can come back and review any of these in detail. For subvented funds positions, really it's the first item on the list from integrated waste management. That's about 7% of the total cost being requested. And then the rest of the items from behavioral health are about 93% of the total cost. So for behavioral health, it's a $1.3 million request plus the $97,000 from integrated waste management brings us to 1.4 million from subvented funds. And then next we're gonna get into the first budget story review, which will be the Board of Supervisors. Based on our previous meeting, we were directed to bring this item to the board and review it in more detail. So I'm gonna go ahead and start navigating to the online budget story. And everybody has access to this information. So once you click on that link, it takes you to the Board of Supervisors recommended budget for fiscal year 24-25. If we scroll down, we can see every story is very similar in that it has a department overview, a strategic plan, focus areas. In this case, we have pictures of the members of the board. Every story will have the schedule of authorized positions. And as you can see from this schedule, there has been no change from the current fiscal year to the recommended fiscal year 24-25. Typically for every department countywide, we are seeing a very similar situation because the administrative office has been indicating to everybody across the entire organization that we are doing our best to maintain a status quo budget. And that means we're trying our best to keep our current position head count to whatever it is in the current fiscal year, including any mid-year revisions.
And I'll just add with that, and over the years, I want to thank the department heads. They have been really looking at other ways to cover the costs. So those positions we have added positions, but a lot of those positions have been covered either through ABA 109 or some other source of funding. And that's, what has kind of transpired over the last few years. So, go ahead, Ramon.
So here we can see the Board of Supervisors budget numbers, and in this schedule or in this data section, we can see actual amounts for fiscal year 22, fiscal year 23. We have the CAO recommended budget for 23-24, and then the department requested budget for 24-25, as well as, if I can scroll, there it is, as well as the 24-25 CAO recommended budget. Again, I want everybody to know it's still in draft form, and if you see anything right now that you'd like to change, we can definitely do that. So salaries and benefits increased a little bit, and again, that's based on the cost of living adjustment. Other charges are very similar. If we compare 23-24 CAO recommended budget to the CAO recommended budget for 24-25, you can see it's about $20,000. Very, very small percentage change from one year to the next. Services and supplies went up a little bit, and if you wanted to drill down on some of the information under a specific category, such as services and supplies, you can just click on the link, and it shows you what makes up the total 128,000. In this case, it shows budget items for membership dues, software licenses, training, lodging, and a list of other services and supplies for that department. And I think, unless CAO Espinoza has anything else to say, I'm going to continue with the PowerPoint. What you're seeing in front of you is going to be very similar to every department unit or every budget unit in the county. Another item we were planning on discussing today was the community programs. And while I click on that one,
You also want to go to the snapshot or within the PowerPoint at the end too, as a clarifying item as well. It's a few slides down.
so I'm going to go a few slides over.
which we talked about on the last meeting.
So for community programs, we just wanted to share with you that we're keeping the community programs division at 120,000 for the budget, and we are keeping it that way. This, you can see the list in front of you. This is the budget unit for senior services, which add up to 90,000, and then we also included as part of this budget $30,000 for the competitive grant. And again, if anybody's interested in seeing, you know, all that information, it's available online.
And when you view it online, we have the allocation of the funds. Behind the scenes in the back end within the system, we have notes that actually highlight where the funds are going to go to in the back end. But we wanted to share with you on that PowerPoint where those funds were at, and that's why we highlighted those funds. So that's $120,000. So go to the next one, Ramon.
So the next one is the non-departmental expenditures, and this division, that 1015, actually represents the general fund contribution. This is the one that you want to make sure you're paying attention to it, because this is where we are allocating $5 million toward healthcare, and then we have $2 million for CIP related projects. We have 16 million general fund contribution toward the roads. And so what you see is a large item in the transfer out section, and just as CAO Espinoza mentioned, you know, when you're seeing this online, you only see a total dollar value. You do not see the details, you know, of what is in that specific account. However, on the back end, we do have that item, that total dollar value is itemized. In this case, I decided to break it out by project in the case of the CIP projects, because we have so many, and you'll hear a lot of the details from our Public Works Administrator a little bit later today about all of the CIP projects that we need in the county. And so what we're doing this fiscal year is, after the administrative office reviewed all of the CIP projects, we've been working closely with RMA so that we can come up with a strategy on funding the higher priorities, higher need, things that, like CAO Espinoza mentioned, if it's health related, we want to address those issues first. And so the $2 million general fund contribution right now, as it stands for CIP projects, $700,000 of those projects are related to the jail, the old jail. There's a lot going on. And again, you'll hear more details about that later. We also have that $20 million amount also includes the general fund reserve commitment for the library expansion, and that's about 1.3 million. And then we have almost $1 million for the fire contract. In this same account, we have 1.9 million of teeter funds, which are for the Hall of Records remodel. We have about $500,000 for hospital consultants, $350,000 for debt service charges related to a solar project. We have $500,000 for county match for grants. We have $300,000 for court MOE, and then those are the main items that are in there. You don't have to, know all of it, but I just kind of wanted to share some of those with you.
And the county match funds for grants, correct?
That's correct.
So I just wanted to be clear with the board. There has been a request to really put a push to grants. We have been pushing pretty hard. Departments have done a really good job. I believe the number I got this morning, just as a quick recap, from all the departments, we have about $25 million of grants that we've actually received. There has also been a request to continue moving forward with grants, in particular with Air District and other other folks, and there are grants that there's a match requirement. So that's why we actually have some funding in there, is to get the match from the Air District and some other grants that we're looking at in the future. So I just wanted to be clear with this board that that it's important that we get this approved so we can go after that. And again, that's for new cars, being able to remove some of our gas cars, electrifying them, putting more electrification charging stations in our parking lots as well. So there's a significant amount of work to be done there. So that was really the kind of the main point, as well as I think the big one is the hospital and making sure that we still have those funds in there, and those funds are allocated here as well.
So I'm gonna go back to the slide. And next up, we have.
If I can, and I'm not sure, and I hate to cut you off there, Ramon, but since we were talking about the community-based programs, if you can go to the other slide. What I meant to go is go to the next slide, and basically in your report, Board of Supervisors, in the May 14th budget under regular agenda, there is an economic development section. That page, that slide there, and that is we have allocated in that particular fund, RMA planning, $650 with the economic development is $150,000 allocated there. So that's what we have allocated. I want to let the board know we have been working. We have a committee that we've been working on to look at economic opportunities. We have we're going to just keep these funds. We're recommending to keep these funds whole, and we'll come back to your board with more details on what opportunities we're going to look at for economic development. So I just wanted to make sure we didn't forget that.
Thank you. So the next story on our review is County Council. And for that story, I think I'll go ahead and hand it over to David Prentice in case he wants to share anything regarding that budget.
Yeah, I think the only thing I'd like to share is, of course, we're office in transition. We're now a hybrid office with contract counsel and in-house counsel working together as one county counsel's office. I think the staffing will probably change as we move forward, but I think the overall benefit so far is the addition of the county contract with Prentice Long resulted in a kind of wash with the county council's budget as far as staffing costs go, and a result of that though is that you have many additional staff that you didn't have before. So I think it's been a beneficial work, and work is still in progress.
Thank you, David. And we do see, again, all of this is online. You can see some of the things that David mentioned are related to the unfunded positions for county council. So for the schedule of authorized positions here for next fiscal year, it does show 8 authorized county council positions and 2 unfunded positions. One is for county council and the other for deputy county council. This is a status quo schedule of authorized positions, which is connected to the budget for staffing costs. We did this a year ago, and so we just kept it the same to, make sure we basically shifted budget from staffing costs to a services and supplies line item. So from going from one line item to another line item, and it essentially is a wash. Here's the budget, recommended budget for county council. And their main source of revenue is interdepartmental charges, which means they're part of the cost plan. They get reimbursed from the cost plan.
The 87, which is 2 years in arrears. So that's what I mean.
And I think I will continue with the county library. Does that sound okay?
Yep.
Now we do have 3 items on the list for county library. However, I'm only going to go to the main operating budget unit, which is that first one. And I did have a conversation with CAO Espinoza regarding the schedule of authorized positions for the library. Right now, this snapshot of the schedule of positions is showing 12 recommended 24-25 positions. However, we did have a discussion about unfunding 1.5 positions, and I didn't get a chance to update this picture here, but I went into the back end of the system and I did unfund 1.5 positions for the library because these two positions are currently vacant, and I believe one of them was the librarian limited term position, and the other would have been the library assistant limited term position as well. So that behind the scenes work that I did last night is reflected in the CAO recommended budget. And if anyone's wondering why there was a $7 million, or even actual, the reason the expenses are $10 million in actual transactions is because the library had Chromebooks. They had the Chromebooks, a federal project, and they probably had some other federal projects that they were working on, and so the budget reflects that ongoing kind of finalizing the project in fiscal year 23-24. However, in 24-25, we do not anticipate the project to continue into next fiscal year. Anything else?
I would just say we've been in communication with Manny. Manny's also on the phone if there's any questions, and you can later on if you want to ask any questions, you can comment on anything. We just, and as the board knows, we're looking at a new building site, the old courthouse. So we are actually moving forward with that. So I've had a conversation with Steve, and Steve will probably highlight that a little bit more today. We will be investing some money into an architect to evaluate that, to give us a high-level review of what that would look like, what it would cost, and then bring it back to your facility group as well as the board. But with that, there's a few changes here and there, and really what, in my conversation with Manny is that we need to kind of evaluate what the staffing is going to be when we get to that, when we know what the architectural plans are going to be, how much square footage, what the need is, what the programs are, and we'll come back to your board most likely with probably an edit when it comes to staffing with that. So just a heads up on that.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Sure, go right ahead, Supervisor Gonzalez.
So, CAO, so does that mean just in presenting what you just presented, the board is now aware, because I wasn't sure there were any other meetings where we had proposed what that facilities ad hoc or committee was moving forward. So is that the gist of presenting what you're presenting to the board, is what you just said?
Yeah, we're looking at that, and this obviously is I think we brought it back to your board. I could have sworn that we
Not to my knowledge, but I did miss one meeting.
There was a separate committee that discussed it, and that's why I'm aware of it. I supported, actually proposed it 3 years ago.
So we're bringing it back to all of you just to let you know
Okay,
we're reevaluating
I just wanted
it.
to make sure that's that the entire board is aware, and we can move
Now
forward
they
with that conversation then. Okay.
So we're having to kind of step back, reevaluate, look at it, and I'm not sure if Steve's going to cover it. I know he's going to be covering all the capital projects, so he'll probably highlight that a little bit more in depth. But we will have an architect on. He's looking at the high end, what it's going to look like from a higher level, and what those costs could be, and make sure we have enough funds in the grant to do that, as well as having to do some work with the state as well on the funding. So yes, we're working.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. But it will impact.
Hold on one
It
sec,
will- okay.
Just because I don't want to interrupt you again to.
No, that's fine.
No, I just had a question. So you had mentioned that you're going to kind of do this evaluation and then come back, and there may be some edits depending on staffing. My guess is that would not impact the budget that we're currently working on. That would be future
Probably
budget,
the
right?
next year's budget that we do, most likely, hopefully, fingers crossed, if we get to that point and that building gets done, then if not, we'll do a mid-year adjustment if we need to, the
Okay.
following year
Okay.
with
Okay.
staffing, a staffing potential change.
Okay. And then with with looking at the old courthouse, we would be able. I mean, we wouldn't have any changes to positions or budgeting for salaries and benefits because everything would stay status quo. Library stays open until the new library
Yeah.
opens. Am I understanding that
That's
correctly?
correct. And in our conversations internally, you know, there has been, Manny has been looking at potentially looking at closing evening times or Saturday. He's looking at the workload right now. But we haven't made a definitive decision on that yet, but definitely reevaluating staffing, programming, and then when we get to that point, we will come back to your board.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
As long as we're on this topic, I just think whatever, you know, the reality of having the building not closed, but in a much smaller function for a year or whatever it is, I just think it would be responsible if there are vacancies that we just plan to, you know, to freeze those positions while the expansion is going on. There's no reason to hire and have overstaffing just to have overstaffing. That's all.
Yeah, and ultimately, kind of where we're at today with the budget, we unfunded last year 1.5. We wanted to reflect the same thing in this year's budget, was why what Ramona just mentioned earlier. So that's where we're at. That's kind of what we've been discussing. And then when the time comes, when we get that building remodeled, we'll come back.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Ramon, keep going.
So next on the list is the Sheriff's Department, and they have a lot of divisions. So I'll go ahead and click on the Operations Division 1175 since that's one of the main ones. We could also look at 1180 Communications as well as 1195 Corrections. So the schedule of authorized positions for the sheriff's operations is status quo right now. I know that we briefly saw the requested positions, and there was a long list there of sheriff new positions being requested out of both the sheriff operations as well as the jail. That information is not reflected on the schedule of authorized positions yet because of the situation with vacancy budgeting. So
Supervisor Sotelo?
Well, I'm just wondering, I know that, I know we're at the sheriff's, you know, right now. And I know that there was what was it, integrated waste was the other one for general fund positions. Are we going to be hearing from the department head, from the sheriff right now about the positions he's requesting?
That's what we're here for. So
Okay.
we've invited them all
I just
here.
didn't want to make sure that we're going to gloss over. I mean, I would like to hear why there isn't, you know, why he sees the need
Yeah.
and
I think, you know, I know we have later slides that actually have a depiction of the vacancies, but either way, I think it's still good. We'll invite a sheriff if you want to come up, put you on the spot here.
And while he's coming up,
Go
I think, Madam Chair, and
Yeah, go right ahead. You're
IWM, I
you're
think
right.
was subvention,
That is subvention.
not general fund.
oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good catch.
Which isn't really subvention because that's an enterprise fund, and we could take that money and use it for roads and things of that sort,
Which
right?
we've been
So for me, a
discussing
little
on
bit different than
enterprise fund.
subventure. Sorry. Okay.
Welcome, Sheriff.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, Madam Chair and members of the board. So I have Commander Corral here with me to speak more on the jail side of things because that's a big ask that we have. It's 12 positions in the jail, civilian positions. And I will put him on the spot to elaborate on why he feels he needs that. But what I will tell you is that what I promised the CA's office, this county, and the board is that I'm just going to bring to you the truth about what we need and where we need to go. And how we're going to try to plan to get there. I'm not saying that I expect that you're going to be able to give everything all at once, but we need to have a roadmap as to where we're going. So just for overall, there's a few different staffing studies that really are being used in public safety right now. So the most common is probably the amount of deputies or officers per 1,000 people. And what's current, that's probably not the best staffing method, but like for us, without hiring a professional staffing study, which I think we probably should do in the future, it's probably the easiest one for us to wrap our minds around. It's what the city of Hollister just used for their police department. They found that they were lacking in staff. So nationwide, they're looking at about 1.8 to 2.6 deputies per 1,000 people is the standard today. That's a lot different than when these staffing studies were done before. But that's usually the current standard. And so our office is very unique in that I've told this board before many of you were even here, is that we have to staff our office like a fire department. So if you truly try to just staff minimum staffing, which when I first landed here in 2014, and we've been in status quo budgeting since I've been here in 2014, so we're a decade of trying to keep the status quo here. There were 2 deputy sheriffs per shift for 1,400 square miles. So what we've tried to do is get up to 4, and we're getting close, but we're not there. But if we were to use the current staffing model, if I go on the low end, so the unincorporated, and I even disagree with this, I don't think that we should only be staffing the sheriff's office for the unincorporated because we're responsible for the entire county, especially when it comes to the jail, search and rescue and other things. But if we have 23,300 or so people in the unincorporated county, if we staffed at the low end of the scale of 1.8 deputy sheriffs per 1,000 people, we would need 42 sworn sheriff's deputies minimum. If we went to the high end, that's 61, and if we landed at the 2.5 as a national average right now, we'd be at 58 sworn deputy sheriffs. As we stand here in front of you today, we're allocated 34 sworn positions. So even on the low end, we need 42. So we've been trying to chip away at that over the years. And there's been a lot of frustration in this community. There's frustration with us not being able to enforce left turns on Highway 156, not being able to enforce the homeless encampments, not being able to enforce gang activity that's increasing, not being able to enforce this. And our constant excuse is we don't have the staffing. We don't have the staffing. When we only have 2 or 3 deputies working 1,400 square miles, stuff's going to fall off. We're going to have illegal dumping in the canyon, in San Juan Canyon. We're going to neglect South County altogether because we just can't go down there because we only leave 1 or 2 people up here. Last night in our jail, we had a medical emergency that completely wiped out our staff, and we're trying to call in people on overtime today because we have a combative prisoner in the hospital who's disrupting the hospital operations. We don't have anybody to send over there to sit with them. So when we run at these minimums, we're exposing ourselves constantly, and I get it. Like, the hardest thing for me to do is stand up here knowing that every department in this county needs more staff, and I hate being the one to come up here and ask for it. But on the jail side, and I'll let the commander get into it, because we're running at minimums, we're having correctional officers in the jail do jobs that should be done by a civilian employee. And because of that, some stuff has fallen through the cracks, and we've had to clean some things up in the jail so we can have the correctional officers actually performing the function of what they're supposed to be doing on the jail floor with the people in our custody, and not inside of a control center pushing buttons to open doors or entering warrants into the system. It's just not sustainable. So that's pretty much what we're looking at. We looked at well, we actually needed more, but we landed on asking for 3 deputy sheriffs. So like right now, the city of San Juan Bautista is looking to add another deputy sheriff. They have the funding for it. They're asking for it. I don't have anybody to give them. We're going to have a new high school coming to this community. They're going to need a school resource officer. I don't have anybody to give them. I depleted patrol by sending a school resource officer to Spring Grove because they had the funding for it. We've had other schools come to us asking for a school resource officer. I don't have anybody to give them. We have to staff the courts. Our task force and our detective bureau has 3 people in it, which is not enough for what we're trying to do for the rising crime that we're having here. And I have 1 person assigned to coroner duties for the entire county, and those numbers are going up because of the fentanyl crisis. So I understand it's a large ask, even 3 people, but even that's not going to get us to where we need to be. But that's kind of the thought process behind just trying to chip away at these vacancies. And then I'll step aside for a second and let the commander talk about the jail side, and then I'm sure you have questions.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. So these positions that we're requesting, there's 12 in total. The breakdown would be currently 4 shifts due to the 12-hour schedule in the jail. it would be 3 per each shift, so 12. Two would be assigned to the control centers, 1 in each of our correctional facilities. We have 2 correctional facilities. Currently, 1 control center in the rehabilitation center is not manned right now. We're running both facilities out of 1 control center. That's being staffed by a correctional officer. Our minimums are 5 on day shift, 4 at night. So 1 being in the control center leaves 1 sergeant and 3 for 2 correctional facilities. These positions will be responsible for manning the control centers, as I mentioned, as well as paperwork, entering bookings, preparing court calendars, warrant recalls, confirming warrants, updating those. As you may or may not be aware, many years ago when we lost the dispatch center and we contracted with the county, our all dispatch center would handle the warrants. Currently now our correctional officers are doing records technician work. I've been in the process since I started there. I'm starting to meet with every employee individually, spending time in their different divisions. And my estimations, in combination with the estimations from my staff, is anywhere between 45 to 50% of their daily duties or 12-hour shifts is spent on these administrative duties. So not only would it put these positions put more correctional officers on the floor, maintaining security of our facility, but they would free them up to being a little more proactive in making sure that our facilities are secure. On in addition to these, I know, as the sheriff mentioned, I know it is a lot, and I'm aware of it. I have, in taking this new role, I visited several corrections facilities around the county. I have not been to one without any civilian support staff that does these roles. In fact, we just hired a Monterey County lateral who'd worked the jail for years, was very, very good, competent. He's doing stuff he's never had to do, so his training has been a little more extended because he's never had to do this because he was focused on security of the facilities and the welfare of our incarcerated persons. So these, and like I said, I fully see that this is a lot, but there's so much more that we need in the jail that I have not asked the sheriff for. Like we need a full-time classification team, which we do not have right now. We need another position in the transportation, at least one, and we need our AB 109 positions to be a full-time thing right now. Currently, our AB 109 officers are also covering shifts on the floor. So, but I felt that these civilian support staff would be a good way, fiscally responsible way to kind of help with the staffing crisis we're currently in.
Thank you. I know right now we're having the presentation and we haven't opened up for public comment. There is going to be a period that we will open up for public comment. Supervisor Kosmicki?
See me get ready.
I do. I've got this new thing. I can see your green light. That means go.
So please don't take this personal, guys. Sheriff, you stood up here last year and you made a statement about new positions and a commitment to us. I just wondered if you remember that.
Commitment about new positions?
Not coming back for new positions.
I do not remember that.
You did. You made a commitment that you were not going to come back and ask for more positions last year.
So
here you are asking for 15 or 16 new positions.
So if we were talking about I think what you're referring back to is the Axon program that I asked for, which is $2.5 million. So I said we would absorb that in the budget. And that's what we did, and that's what we would continue to do.
You explicitly said you were not going to come back and ask for new positions the following year. I'm just stating my recollection. And if I'm wrong on that, then I apologize, but that's what I remember last year. And when it comes to these studies that you're referencing, I know it used to be like 1 per 1,000. I'd like to learn more about these things. I don't want to just be a skeptic to be a skeptic. But in this case, my hunch is to be a skeptic because who who are these studies coming from? Is it which types of law enforcement organizations are putting these studies out? How objective are these studies? Is it union organizations that are doing these studies? I'd like to learn more about that, not just throw out numbers and say that we've got to meet these certain standards that we just frankly can't afford. And when it comes to traffic enforcement, I know that we've had a lot of conversations about that. And are you ready to require your deputies to start doing, not asking, are you ready to require your deputies to start making that a primary role, a primary part of their role, to do traffic enforcement in this community, which is sorely lacking, not only in the county, but I think in the city as well. So I don't think it's just a sheriff issue. I think the police department can do a lot better as well. Maybe it's a California issue. I don't know, but there just doesn't, our streets are dangerous. I can't tell you how often I'm just driving and I see and I witness and I'm involved in these situations where people are constantly violating the law on the roads and they're putting other people in danger. So until we're ready to start requiring traffic enforcement as a core part of the duty, and I'm not going to tell you how to manage, but we do allocate positions, I'm not ready to even start talking about new positions, because I'm a firm believer that traffic enforcement should be a core part of all the deputies, the patrol deputies' jobs, and I don't see that today. I just don't see it. Because I'm driving around all the time and I barely ever see people pulled over in this community.
Well, I would say that one point of that's because maybe there's only 2 guys working. So, I mean, we can sit here, and I have the same argument with the city of San Juan Bautista. They fund one position. They get 25% coverage, yet they drag us through the dirt for not being present in that city. 75% of the time, we're not contracted to be there. 75% of the time, they're not going to get traffic enforcement. But it's really easy whenever you see someone run a stop sign and say, where's the deputy? We can do the same thing in the county-wide. This is 1,400 square miles of coverage that we have to give. This is not the postage size stamp of a city that the city of Hollister, who has way more staffing than we do, and I understand the population's higher, but they're fenced into a small area, and we're even criticizing their traffic enforcement, and they're adding traffic officers as we speak. Yeah. And so one of my frustrations, and we did just enter into a new MOU with the CHP. We had a very honest conversation with their new commander, who was extremely supportive. He came from Southern California. He has a different mindset than our previous commanders on how we're going to tackle these issues that we have in the county. But I have no span of control over them either. We have sent all of our deputy sheriffs to DUI investigation school. We came from a city policing background where traffic enforcement was a core responsibility that we had, just driving around. And I'll tell you right now, we do expect the deputies to do that. And without exposing all the personnel issues that we have going on in the office, I can promise you that there are people that don't work here anymore. We've raised the standard of accountability in the office to make sure that we have the best deputy sheriffs that we can provide this county. And if they're not up to par, we hold them accountable. We've done more discipline and structure realignment inside of this office since I took over as sheriff than has probably ever been done here. And we do hold these staff to a standard. Even going through negotiations, we had very uncomfortable conversations with some of the deputies that were asking for a lot more, but they weren't putting up the numbers and the activity that we expected to see. If you want to be a big county or a big city paid public safety office, then you need to do big city, big public safety work. So we have told them. I've actually considered recently sending them over to Bloomfield, outside of our county, to enforce that no left turn, because it affects every single one of us that live here. I can't even go to Gilroy. I don't even want to go to Gilroy after 1 o'clock in the afternoon because I can't get home. And so I do believe that we're asking our staff to do that. And what we're combating with them at times is there's 2 of us working.
Yeah. Do you guys do radar even though?
No, I mean, we would do LiDAR. We don't have any LiDAR equipment. Radar is really tough. But yeah, so we can look at those type of things. That's going to come with, again, that the radar training alone. I'm willing to put the money up for that. I'm willing to invest in that. I just that seems like a big, to me, that's one of the biggest faults of our community, is that we don't have barely any traffic enforcement. If any, I almost never see anybody pulled over in this community, and almost every time I'm on the road, I see traffic violations that nearly cause
accidents, and I see people driving like maniacs on a regular basis in this community, and it's largely because they know that they're not going to get pulled over, and I think it's something that we as a community have to work out with you to get over that hump and to make that a priority at some point. And
I agree, and I
sooner
would
than
venture to
later.
say that we have people come into this community to commit crime because they know that we have no staffing as well. And I think that if we don't stay on top of it, that we're going to fall behind. And I don't think there's anybody that can disagree that. So let's say we have a priority call. Let's say it's in Aromas. Let's say someone's trying to break into someone's home. We need at least enough people to set a perimeter around that house. We don't even have that many. We have 2 guys. I have 2 guys to go to the front, nobody to go to the back. If they run away, if they take off, if there's multiple assailants. So it's really difficult to not even have the level of staffing that if we had to, we could surround one home in 1,400 square miles. And I have my staff looking at me asking, hey boss, don't you care about our lives? Don't you care about whether or not we come home at night? Because there's 2 of us on a critical incident of a shooting or a pursuit that's going through multiple counties, and we have 2 people. Thank goodness we have the relationship we have with state parks, Hollister Police. We can't rely on that all the time though. And so I think that for me, for me to look at my staff in the face and let them know that I'm advocating for them, I'm at least trying to get them to where they can set up on one call, one time, one house. And even that one call depletes, God forbid, something happens on the other side of the county. Nobody's coming.
Yeah.
And so those are the kind of things that I can take criticism all day. I'm happy.
I know.
No, hey, I'm just trying to be honest.
But I'm also need to be honest with the community I'm not trying to be an alarmist, but it's just the fact of the matter is we have hardly any staff.
Okay, before we continue, because I'm going to have to bring this back to center. We could debate this all day, and it's not just your department, and have this conversation. So what I'd like to do is finish the presentation and then have an open dialogue where we can all, because I feel uncomfortable not being able to then have others, react. But at the same time, I hear you. I think we have a major issue in our county, but if we can just get through the presentation, start to have an open dialogue, and then we'll open it up to public comment, because I do want to get to them too. Okay? So hold please.
Yeah.
I'm going to come back to where we're at right now on the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we'll invite you to sit down, and
We'll have you back up,
We'll
Sheriff.
have you back up a little later. Ramon, if you can get back up. We're going to be talking next about the subvented budgets and position discussion with regards to the next slide. And we do have behavioral health here. These are the slides that we're going to be discussing is behavioral health, as well as Health and Human Services. We have Tracy following this presentation. So we'll go ahead and move to Dana Edgecombe. And I'll just say, in light of the conversation, I think as we move on to the final stages of this presentation, we have some spreadsheets that will really highlight vacancies, vacancy budgeting, as well as where we stand and what we can afford ultimately. And I think once we hear those topics, I think then we can have an open dialogue that makes some sense of. Dana?
All right. Okay. Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to review the behavioral health budget and some of our needs and some of the work that we've done to date. So this slide just shows an overview of the following slides and what I will be covering together with Rachel White. So this slide shows a depiction of the funding categories that comprise our new chart of accounts. And we're really excited beginning with this fiscal year 24-25. Behavioral health should be fully operational using the new chart of accounts and general ledger accounting streams. On a side note, I'm a clinician with not a formal background in finances, so I've learned a lot of new lingo in this role, including accounting streams. And I really want to thank our auditor's office, along with our staff, Sandra Urbina, consultant Celia Allen, and Rachel White. They've been working really hard because this has been really critical for behavioral health as a department. to really have a good understanding of our finances. Prior to actually current times, and we're switching over, as you'll see on the slide where you see mental health services and substance use disorder services, those were the only two buckets where we had funding. So all of the mental health funding got poured into mental health services, and all the substance use disorder funding got poured into the substance use disorder bucket, just at usual basic terms. And what that didn't allow us to do was to have differentiation of these fiscal streams, and that's critically important because there are different fiscal ramifications. There's a specific programming and limitations, and so as a department, it's critical for us to be able to track the funding that's coming in and what it's being applied to in terms of expenditures. And we are just starting in next fiscal year to really have a good grounding on that. This slide also gives a little bit of an overview and shows you some of the business functions and some of the programs, including some of the administrative functions, as well as some of the components of our Mental Health Services Act and our outpatient and other services. But we'll go a little bit more in depth on those on our last slide where we show our organizational chart. So I wanted to spend just a little bit of time going over the specific funding streams both on our mental health and our substance use disorder side. So on the mental health side, we start with the Mental Health Services Act. Now this is actually one of the most volatile funding streams because it's based on 1% of individual income that goes over $1 million. This was established in the early 2000s by a vote that was approved by California voters. That was Proposition 63. I'm going to go real briefly on this because it's all changing as a result of Proposition 1. So the Mental Health Services Act funds currently can be spent on prevention and early intervention, outpatient services, housing, intensive services, some workforce education and training, capital, facilities, and technology, which is really great to have some supports for infrastructure and innovative approaches. So a large overhaul will be happening again. That will fully go into effect July of 2026, and I can come back and give you more of an overview of that, but in the interest of time, I'll just briefly touch on it to say that more intensive services will be maintained. A large portion of funding is supposed to go towards housing. Now, small counties can have an exemption to that, and we certainly will be having discussions about what our local community needs. When it comes to the Medi-Cal, one of our most important funding streams. So these are federal dollars that are available nationally, and California really takes advantage of Medi-Cal funding, and we're able to cover psychiatric health facilities, adult residential treatment, crisis residential, crisis intervention and stabilization, intensive day treatment, day rehab, case management, mental health services, and psychiatric services. So really the whole array of both mental health and substance use disorder services is partially funded by federal, on the federal term it's Medicaid. California, we call it Medi-Cal. Medicare, a very small percentage of our budget. We also receive some funds from grants, the mental health block grant, some state miscellaneous funds, and other special funding, and then a very small percentage of client fees. The 1991 and 2011 realignment and behavioral subaccounts, those are state funds that come to us, and I'll give you a little bit of a breakdown in terms of what those sources are. On the substance use disorder side, the drug Medi-Cal organized delivery system and state plan amendment, that's where we also, I believe, utilize some of the federal Medi-Cal Medicaid funding along with state funding. The 2011 behavioral health subaccount covers both mental health and substance use disorder services. We have the substance use prevention and treatment block grant that is federal dollars from SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Association, and again some client fees. So you can see we have and then there's layers underneath, and so why it was critically important for us to be able to understand what's coming in. And I do apologize because this slide is probably really difficult for you all to see. So may I ask, is that visible enough for you all?
I blew it up on my screen, so I'm not sure if you can
Okay.
blow it up on your screen. That would be helpful.
Okay. Let's see if I can do that.
On the bottom right. Bottom right, there's a little scale.
Yeah, there you go.
Trying to get it to cooperate. Okay, there we go. Okay, but now we're losing things to. A little better? Not really. We're
Is
saying
the
it's
board
a little
okay
better, but
with seeing it? You guys okay?
Okay.
I have it on my screen, so I apologize to the public.
I apologize as well. We might have. Ooh.
That's better. There you go.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
better. Thank you,
It
guys.
gives a slightly better view. So, just a few highlights here. You'll see that our three most significant sources of funding are from the Mental Health Services Act, 29%, Medi-Cal, which is 26%, and then the combined realignment is another 22%. And then, as I discussed in that prior slide, and went through the different descriptions, but this pie chart shows you kind of all in for where our revenue is coming from. And then let's see. Okay. And then just then highlighting our expenditures that were budgeted in for 23-24. You'll see that the largest portion is for salaries and benefits. We typically don't expend that amount though because of vacancy rates. And then our next biggest category is contracts. And it's also important to note with our contracts, we also don't expend to that amount. Behavioral health departments are required to maintain network adequacy, meaning that we have to be able to meet the needs of Medi-Cal beneficiaries. And so we maintain contracts with many community-based agencies and contract agencies in the event that one of our residents, our Medi-Cal beneficiaries, needs a level of care that can't be met with our current outpatient behavioral health treatment team. So we have to maintain contracts with hospitals, intensive care types of residential treatment centers, and other contract providers. So that's also why that category is so large, and we need to maintain that. And then supports and care services includes acute inpatient, adult residential care, institutes of mental disorders or IMDs. That's another 10%. And I do want to mention, just going back to this slide, some of you are familiar with CalAIM. So CalAIM is overhauling the Medi-Cal system. With that comes payment reform. So that's done a few interesting things for county behavioral health departments. Prior to payment reform, when counties billed the state and the feds for mental health services or substance use disorder services, we would submit a bill. The feds had a share, the state had a share, and the county has a tiny share, 5 to 10%. And so when we would submit our bills, then we would receive the revenue. Now we have moved into payment reform, and also we have IGTs, intergovernmental transfers, meaning that we now bill services based upon a set rate, and then the county has to put forward our portion and the state's portion. So we send them a check, and then we wait, and then they will eventually send us the full amount. But I'll be honest with you, it's been really difficult to track. As you can imagine, there's just a lot of moving parts, and this is our first year in payment reform. And then also with the rates, it's been interesting because every county now has different rates. So prior to this fiscal year, every county had the same rates. Now every county has different rates. And so that becomes problematic when we're trying to contract for services, recruit for talent, because our neighbor to the north of us, Santa Clara County, they have significantly higher rates. So it's really put a lot of things into chaos for county behavioral health departments. And so this is really an unprecedented time in terms of change and reform. And it makes it really difficult for us right now to predict our Medi-Cal revenue. Though we feel, as Rachel and I, we've been working really closely again with Sandra Urbina and our consultant tracking our revenue. We seem to be trending a little bit higher than previously, and we believe that that's because our rates are actually a little bit higher. though we only get reimbursed now for direct care and clinical treatment, whereas before we were able to get some reimbursement for things like transportation and documentation. So then just moving into where we are now, into our restructure of our chart of accounts. Again, a lot of thanks to the partnership with our Auditor Controller's Office, we are making a lot of progress in terms of being able to track all of our expenditures and our revenue. I wanted to give you all a snapshot of what we're seeing in terms of trending over time for revenue projections. So in this table, you'll see the first few rows are related to our Mental Health Services Act. And we thought it was important to include a fiscal year 22-23 because you'll see that there was a big jump over 22-23 to 23-24. And that is, again, if you recall, I shared that this is based upon individual income, and there is always an annual adjustment because the revenue that we receive in 23-24, for example, came from the calendar year 2021, and there were a lot of natural disasters and things that impacted folks being able to file extensions, and so all that money came to the state at a later time, and so then counties, just in terms of how everything happened, counties were getting a bump in this current fiscal year, and then you see it goes back down to the 4.2 million, and then in 25-26, again, it's an estimate of 3.4 and change million. So this revenue stream will always fluctuate. A little bit more stable is our 1991 realignment. So you'll see that's where it comes from vehicle license fees and state sales tax revenues. And so that's been pretty stable over time. You'll see a little bit of fluctuation. And then our behavioral health sub-account, you'll see that as well. So those are our estimates for our two of our main revenue streams. Again, the Medi-Cal isn't on this slide because we aren't able to really have a good estimate for that. We thought it was also worth mentioning that we are in a position right now where we have equity account balances, and again, because of the restructuring of our charter of accounts, we now have a really good understanding of the equity that we have. Some of this needs to be kind of kept always kind of in savings, if you will, like our MHSA prudent reserves. Some of our other funding does not have a shelf life, so it can be there as a reserve as we need to dip into it. Some of the other funding streams, particularly with our Mental Health Services Act, can be a risk of reversion and going back to the state. So we're really keeping a close tally on those funding and that funding stream, and making sure that we're using the rule of kind of first in, first out. And so we're working to make sure that we're spending at a rate that does not impact reverting money back to the state. And then Rachel, I was going to let you take over, and I'll pause myself and share a little bit about what our department would like to propose with our board moving forward in terms of our chart of organizational chart.
Okay. As you see here, or can barely see, well, we can blow this up. This is actually our organizational chart that we're proposing for the new fiscal year. As Ramon had mentioned, we are requesting additional positions, and this is necessary for us in order to function for the brand new mandates that are coming by through the state. One of the mandates we have is to create and develop a mobile crisis team. So that's something that we are currently not in compliance with, and we have to be in compliance by the beginning of next fiscal year. So we're working towards that. Another thing is that we have a special projects or special program unit that we're also developing, which also allows us to expand some of our services and supports, such as bridges to housing and creating housing programs for those with specialty mental illness, severely mentally ill, or who have substance use disorders. And this is a housing program that's there. And we're also looking at having some psych testing part of that program, along with doing some of our conservatorship. So in some of these positions, we are able to also pull down some state funding to support us in developing these positions. We do have administrative costs that we can go to the state
and request for coverage for some of these positions. So one of the things that we have found when we have had some of our external auditing is that we are at risk of some kind of sanctions if we do not have the appropriate leadership overseeing some of these departments. And so this is some of the things that you're seeing is an increase in that leadership to help us to be compliant with what's needed across the state. So these are all the positions. As you can see here, we have our Wellness and Prevention Unit that deals with outreach and runs our Esperanza Center. We have our Substance Use Disorder and Collaborative Court. Care Court is coming in December 2024, so we have to get ready for that and continue to grow our substance abuse programming. We have our CSOC, which is our Children's System of Care Unit. We do have some contracted agencies that are a part of that, Seneca and Rebecca's Children's Services, but we also have county staff, and we're looking to expand that programming. We have our medication support team that is comprised of our psychiatrists and nursing team. We have our ASOC, which is our Adult System of Care Unit, and we've slowly been expanding that, and we also have some contracted providers that are part of that team. And as I said before, we have our special projects, our special programs, and our mobile unit that's going to be in development. So this is kind of what the organization will look like in the upcoming fiscal year as we're beginning to develop it. Other than that, I think that's all I have.
And I did want to mention that we were very mindful in thinking about what positions that we needed. Right now, it's pretty much just Rachel and myself, without any secretarial support. This would include 2 deputies, one over our clinical services and one over our fiscal and admin services. And that would put us really in alignment and mirroring other departments here somewhat, as well as other similar sized departments within other counties. And we intentionally are not asking for any clinicians, because that is where our highest vacancy rate is. However, we have been successfully able to hire some mental health clinicians recently, and we have really established our partnership with the CSUMB Monterey Bay internship program. We're going to have 5 interns next year, and that's a great kind of grow your own career pathway and pipeline. So we'd like to, so we anticipate we'll be able to fill some of our vacant clinician positions. The ones that we're asking for in terms of this budget are primarily administrative and other supportive roles, and the ones that Rachel mentioned that are critical for our mobile crisis. We are asking for some additional case manager positions, and we feel very confident about those because there's a larger pool of talent for folks that meet the criteria for our case manager positions. We're very, it's a little bit easier for us to hire qualified bilingual, bicultural folks in those positions. And so we asked for, I think, a few on the case management side. No. Yes. So,
Thank you.
I will pause. Okay.
Thank you, Dana.
Right.
We're going to go ahead and continue if it's okay with it, unless you guys had questions, but we want to try to get through.
What I want to do, I wish we would have chunked these so that we could have addressed each one, because I have a list of questions. I'm sure the board members have comments. So let's keep it going, and then we'll get to those questions and the public comments.
So we're going to invite Tracy up.
So don't go away though. Stay for the meeting, so that because I know we all have questions, and we want to bring the sheriff back too. Why don't we take a 3-minute break while they're setting up, okay? 3 minutes? Okay. Sounds good. CMAP, there we go. Okay, coming back from our quick little break, we're going to start with HHSA and Tracy Dalton.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So we're here just to provide a brief presentation on our funding sources at Health and Human Services. And as you're aware, we're a health and human services. So we oversee the health department, the county public health and environmental health department, as well as the human services, which also has the community workforce and services development. So we also oversee the workforce, which is a little bit different than some other counties. So it is a big agency that has 5 divisions within our agency. So 2 of our primary funding sources are realignment funding. Also people refer to subvented funding. And so we just wanted to give a general overview of how we're funded. And as you know, 1991 realignment, which is also part of behavioral health's funding source, it came to in 1991 after a state budget deficit, and the state sought new ways to handle the deficit. And so they realigned the majority of our programs and allowed us to have more flexibility in how we used our allocations. Prior to 1991, they would say you have to spend a certain amount on each program, and sometimes we couldn't exhaust that funding, and it would be underutilized and it would go away. So as Dana reported earlier, this funding source is allocated from state sales tax and vehicle license fees, and it funds the realignment funding. These programs oversee the majority of the programs in our human services side. I listed out most of the programs. Foster care assistance, so that's the payments for children that are in foster care, as well as the funding associated with the administration of the program. California Children's Services, which is a program overseen by our public health department. In-home supportive services, which is a big program for folks who need in-home care. County administration of our CalWorks program, which is also known as welfare programs. Child welfare services, so anything connected with child abuse investigations. CalWorks employment services, and CalWorks cash assistance. So all of our programs under that are mandated and essential programs that we have to provide, and they are entitlement programs. So we are required to provide them as a county. Then in 2011, there was another state budget deficit, and they sought new solutions to address this deficit. And 1991, in their opinion, seemed to work. And so then we came out with 211 realignment. This is allocated from state sales tax and vehicle license fees. It covers a broader array of services. It also encompasses some of our criminal justice systems and more health. It also realigned child welfare and adult protective services. There is an ability to transfer funding in the 2011 realignment programs within the programs, a 10% transfer. I believe it does have to come to the board for approval, but there is some flexibility in transferring funds within the sub-accounts. This is just a brief slide that shows what programs are realigned under the different realignment programs. I tried to highlight the ones in blue that are our programs that we oversee. I left off, unfortunately, the AB8, which is mixed programs, which he's going to tap into in a little bit. 2011 is another chart that just kind of shows, you can see that there's other entities that were realigned into this, law enforcement's in there, and some of their funding. And then it also shows how they intersect. I didn't realize I put that on. And so this shows the shared responsibilities in the 2 funds. So I'm going to have Nadine DeRosa, our interim deputy over fiscal, to kind of go over our total revenue and our different programs. It's just a very high-level view of our programs and how we're funded and the revenues that come in and some of the expenses.
Good afternoon. It's been a long time since I've been up here. Okay. As Tracy alluded to, there are 5 divisions within Health and Human Services. We are a huge division. We have 214 full-time employees. So for Health and Human Services, which is our public assistance and adult and children protective services primarily, our revenue, we have $24,951,050. That budget consists of 36% of all of our 5 divisions. Public authority is one of the smaller ones, and it consists of 1.49%. Public health, Nick. That is 23.63% of our budget. CSWD is 15.31%. And our migrant operations is 1.21%. Each of these budgets are essential to this community. They all provide a valuable service to everybody. So, okay. Questions? And our revenue comes from realignment. It also comes, we get public assistance from administration. We do get specific allocations for specific programs. So 36% of our budget is realignment. We get 35% from public assistance from the state and federal, 28% from federal, and then miscellaneous revenues about 0.41%. If you look at our budget, 63% of our budget is salary and benefits. 23.87 is service and supplies. Our other charges are 9.5%. And then we have program direct charges, and that's about 9.5%. Mandatory programs, entitlement, Medi-Cal, CalWorks, Welfare to Work, CalFresh, foster care, IHSS, Child Protective Services, and Adult Protective Services are the mandated programs that we need to provide. Public authority, they oversee the IHSS providers, and they provide them training, services, and they provide, those workers provide services for our clients. They are, their funding, we get Public Assistance Administration to operate the program, of which is 34.92% of their operating budgets. The federal administration gets 31.20% and then transfers in. We do use realignment to fund this program of 33.88%. 45%, almost 46% is salary and benefits. 14.74 is service and supplies, and other charges are 39.3%. I'm going to turn this over to Nick to talk about his public health.
Okay, thank you guys. So as far as public and environmental health, as you guys know, we're more than just dealing with COVID-19. We do a lot of different great programs for the community. As far as the way our revenues and expenses are broken down, we try and keep a balanced budget within public health. So we have a lot of money coming in from state realignment that we try and use very sparingly but wisely. A lot of our revenue does come from the different grants that we have coming in, and also we do have some transfer in as well. And then all of our expenses are based in salary and benefits, the vast majority, and then we do purchase services and supplies for all of our different programs. We do a ton of outreaches, as you are aware of, and so we have a lot of purchases related to that. And then we have some other charges as well that is all based on what the different grant requirements are. As far as all those different programs, why we're spending all the different types of money, it's kind of broken down into a couple different categories. So we have health education. It's a major factor in public and environmental health. And within that, we do oral health programs where we go into schools, specifically kindergarten classes, and do a lot of education and prevention for dental disease. We have a tobacco prevention program, as well as our CalFresh nutrition education, and then a very serious and important program that we've been trying to grow over the last couple of years is our opioid education program, specifically as the fentanyl crisis gets worse and worse throughout the state. Then the other breakdown is our nursing programs. It's been one of the ones that we've had the toughest time really working in over the past couple of years because of the nursing shortages that we saw persist through COVID-19. but we've tried to do what we can to be able to serve the community properly, and we have a number of different programs within nursing, including immunizations. That covers not only COVID immunizations, but flu, as well as childhood vaccines, like the ones that they need to go to school, as well as our maternal, child, and adolescent health program. We actually just expanded this last year to include a home visiting program within that. It's something we hadn't had in the past, and that we're trying to bring forward now once we get some nurses within that program and be able to serve the community better. We also have the California Children's Services Program, as talked about earlier, something that we use some of our funds to be able to pay for. The lead poisoning prevention program is another program that we've taken on this last year that the state used to handle, and that they've given us some funds to be able to take care of ourselves, really focusing on making sure that we are helping kids who are exposed to too much lead. As well as the Healthcare for Foster Children program and our communicable disease program. We're going to make sure we keep those in mind. And then to kind of round out what programs we offer is just our general public health programs. So that includes our emergency preparedness, where we make sure that we're prepared in case of an emergency like COVID, but it could be anything, earthquakes or natural disasters. As well as our hospital preparedness program, where we work with our healthcare providers to make sure that they're provided with emergency supplies so that they're prepared if something like that happens. As you know, we continue to do COVID-19 work, although it has calmed down luckily over the last couple years, but we still continue to have funds and put efforts towards making sure that we don't have a continued spread or major outbreaks. And then we just added, over the last couple of years, a community health and equity program that we'll touch on likely more later. And then we also provide vital records within our office that falls under our general public health. And then to round it out is our environmental health department. It's within public and environmental health, and that's the one that we are probably out in the community the most, where we do all our different inspections and permits and things like that. Within that program, we do have 6 staff. Within our general public health, we have 15 staff members with some vacancies. Our nursing program, fully staffed, would be 17 individuals, and then our health education, we have 9 staff members. And then I have examples here of kind of how we're using the funds that are provided. So for our health education, we do a ton of outreach events, but we also provide resources to the community like tobacco quick kits, toothbrushes for toothbrush programs. We do car seat giveaways as much as we can. Within the nursing program, we obviously distribute vaccine. We do therapy services at our medical therapy unit over on South Street. For general public health, we have started doing mobile unit outreaches where we give out resources there. And then environmental health, as you're aware, we do a number of different services, including a lot of our permits, inspections, rabies vaccine clinics, and so forth. So that's kind of a breakdown of what we do and how we're kind of trying to utilize the funds that we're given in a proper way. I'll turn it back over. Thank you.
I'm back. Community Services in Workforce Development is a program run usually by Enrique, and he's not here today, so I'm going to try to walk you through this. So, all of the revenue from those programs come from state aid grants, federal grants, and then there is some other revenue that comes in, and we have transfers from different divisions for this program. The state aid grants, we get 56%, federal grants 36%, and other revenue 0.73%, and then the transfers in are about 6.5%. The expenses on this budget is salary and benefits are 26.28%, service and supplies are 23.22%, and then other charges are 50%. It's a small budget compared to some of our others, but it's mighty. Yeah, I'm looking for the, I'm looking for the, and then do that. Okay. All right. And then migrant has been around for a long time, and that is a state grant revenue where we get 97% of our money through Office of Migrant Services, and then we get another 11,100, which is only 2%, for a total operating budget of 534,000. Of that budget, 54% is salary and benefits, 38% is service and supplies, and other charges are about 7.36%. Community services is funded primarily through grant development efforts, and 25% are appropriations. Community services workforce is kind of divided into two houses. We have the WIOA program, and that is federal and state funding, and then we have secured funding for the programs in that. They operate the operations and America's Job Center, business services, and then the workforce training for youth, adult, and dislocated worker. The other side of the house is the Community Action Board, and their funding comes from federal and state and secured grant funding. Their primary focus is on the homeless and housing services, operations for the Resource Center, the Transitional Housing Program, permanent supportive housing, and then the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program. You probably refer to it as LIHEAP. And the capital projects that they've been working on right now are the home key up at Chapel Road. And then there's one other one. Yeah. And then we have the Migrant Center, and their funding is strictly, like I said before, state funding. And their purpose is the operations of the Migrant Center, and there's 67 homes for seasonal farm workers, families during April and December. And as you know, the big rehab grant that we got a couple years ago is coming to an end in the next couple months, so they've done a lot of improvements up there. In conclusion on my part, I do want to say that all of HSA's programs, we receive no county general funds. We operate all within our own allocated federal, state, and grants and assistance. Thank you.
And just to highlight a few other funding sources that we receive Medi-Cal administration funding from, it's a state and federal blend. We've really tried to be creative in braiding our funding within our programs. Grants are really difficult to manage and a lot of work, and we have a lot of struggles sometimes drawing the money down, working with the partners, and so we're really trying to braid our staff to integrate them within the realigned programs. Within the realigned programs, we also get separate allocations for new initiatives that are coming down or have come down. My last slide is to kind of to go over some of the things that are in the May revise, which is a little bit discouraging. The state is really concerned about where we are heading. We were in Sacramento on Friday when the governor announced the potential impacts to the May revise. So I wanted to highlight some of them that are at risk for our budget. What I can say is that because we are a small county, sometimes these initiatives are really hard to stand up quickly. And so I'm aware, however, I'm not too worried because we've had a hard time standing some of these up, and so them being cut. So for example, the Family Urgent Response funding is about $500,000 annually. It's for former foster youth, current foster youth, or caregivers who need help at any time. They can call this urgent response line. We have a partnership with Behavioral Health, and the contract with Rebecca is we haven't had one call to the first response line in the last, I think it's been 3 years. So for me, it's going to be a crisis for the state, but in our county, I'm comfortable knowing that we'll be okay. The CalWORKS Family Stabilization and Expanded Subsidized Employment Program is up for elimination. Unfortunately, the Expanded Subsidized Employment has been a very strong program in our county. It's where we're able to place some of our individuals who are on CalWORKS. Some of you may have had them in your departments. And we subsidize their payment, and it helps to get them employment experience. Unfortunately, that one is due to be cut. A reduction to our CalWORKS single allocation for employment services, it's a 25% reduction. This one came as a surprise to all of us, as the governor's been pushing housing and homeless services in the state of California, and this is an elimination of these programs that are funded separate allocations. They plan to eliminate the funding in 25-26, and we have to expend all of our allocation by June 30th, 25. So these are the Bringing Family Home program is specific to child welfare families who are at risk of homelessness, where we're able to help assist them with anything related to homeless and housing. Home Safe is for our adult protective services population, and HDAP is a program that is for generally single adults who are struggling with homeless that are also part of one of our other programs. Resource Family Approval Allocation is for foster family recruitment. It is a realigned program, but this was a special allocation that they plan to eliminate. Reduction of emergency child care bridge program at 40%. Sorry, I left off the amount, but this is a foster care, child care for children who are in foster care. APS expansion funding was just for to provide more training for our adults program. And the big kind of bomb that was dropped on us was the elimination of the Future of Public Health funding, which is a large funding source for our public health department, which we just got. And it is at risk of elimination. CHIAC, who you're probably aware of, is advocating for it not to go away. But in total, we're at about a $3 million deficit. So we're hopeful that they will find some other ways, but this is where we're at. So that was it for our presentation on our funding sources, and I'm guessing we're going to do questions later.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Supervisor Kosmicki, the only reason why is because we started down this path, and I don't want to break it in the future. Definitely each one of these should have been isolated so that we could talk about each of them, but that's for next time. So give us just a few minutes, and we're going to are we bringing up Steve now?
Right now, so
Yep,
we'd
so
like to invite
Steve's
it.
gonna give us his presentation, then we're gonna go back and have all the questions and dialogue back and forth.
Well, after Steve is done, we're going to do one slide on recommendations
One
from
slide
admin,
from
just
admin.
to share the allocations, the budget overview, freeze unit positions, as well as just a quick ARPA update.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, good afternoon. Supervisor Steve Loop, Public Works Administrator. I will be providing details specifically on general fund projects that affect the general fund for both facilities and then roads, but I will rapidly discuss the non-general fund projects, the ones that don't affect the general funds. So, let's talk about facilities and capital improvement projects first. So these projects that you're looking at, and as Ramon and CAO mentioned, we've been having quite a few meetings over the past few weeks to rank the higher priority projects that staff feels are important to be funded by the general fund. And as CAO mentioned, the top of the list is usually related to health, safety, or ongoing projects. And so one of the projects we've been kind of touring the old jail quite a bit lately and been finding some mold, so we've allocated about $200,000 for mold abatement of the old jail. That's item number one, top of the list. Number two is a transfer switch replacement. We've actually started the replacement of that because it actually routes the power to the jail, and it's having some issues, so we have an electrical design person working on that project. That's an ongoing project. Item number three is the alternate dispatch site, and what that is we're transferring the SC 911 calls and radio service from the OES building here to the sheriff's building down on Technology Parkway, and we're 2/3 of the way through that process. It's going pretty well, and it's an ongoing project, and so that's top of the list for obvious reasons. Item number four is Public Works yard roof is having some leaking issues, and their sewer line's not working right now, so we have some design and efforts going on for that project. Number 5 is a security system at the yard, which is also an ongoing project because we've had some folks that aren't supposed to be at the yard trying to acquire things at our public works yard, so we're trying to install a security system there. Number 6 is the old jail economizer repair. The economizer is a unit that essentially it routes air into the building when it helps the building cool off, and it routes air out of the building when it's beneficial to do that. And so that unit we are working to replace. At the old jail, the inmates there really are, there's no other way around it, but they have a lot of opportunities to place trash in our sewer system. And so every few years, there's a big grinder that takes care of all of the items that are placed into the sewer pipes. And that grinder is rapidly coming to its end of life. And so we're going to need to replace that to the tune of about $90,000. And it's kind of a common occurrence through most jails I've been finding. A lot of jails have dual grinders so that when one goes out, they just route the trash to the other grinder. So that unit costs $90K. I think our grinder will last a few more months, but it's going to be needing replacement soon. Okay, the item highlighted in green, number 8, is $1.9 million. It's not impacting the general fund, but it is placed in the general fund, and so it is. It can be discretionary. Right now, it's always been dedicated towards the Hall of Records. So we recommend keeping it funded towards that effort because that could be the location of our new library. And so that was just a fund that had been set aside for improvements to that building. And so it is a general fund item, but again, we recommend it remained designated for that building. Number 9, during those tours of the old jail, the showers need repair both in their flooring and their vents and a few other things. Almost all the showers need repair, and some of the upgrades we need to do pertain to ADA upgrades, so we think that's a high priority. Library book locker is an ongoing project. It's a unit where folks can actually come and deposit books into the locker and not necessarily need staff assistance, and it's an ongoing project. There's one unit up on the roof that we've been working to replace. We have the design done. I believe there's 5 units total. And so it's the air handler, essentially like the air conditioning unit for the type of system that's at the jail. So that's an ongoing project. Item 12, Ag Department building improvements. So for the Ag Department, our county is, I'll say, expected by the state to provide a maintenance of effort contribution of funding to show that, yes, we, the county, want to have an Ag Department. And so the way this item works is if the county were to deposit, bless you, about $275,000, we would expect during the course of the year that actually releases funds on the state side, and they actually match about the same amount. And that's the average of the running average over the last few years. So that if we place the $275 into the account, then the state says, okay, County San Benito, you care about your Ag Department, we'll actually match that effort on the state side. So that's why it's a little bit unique, but we think it's very worthwhile because it's essentially doubling our money. And item 13, which is also kind of a health safety issue, is our emergency operations center. So once we relocate the Sheriff's Department dispatch site out of our OES building, then we can remodel the interior of our operations, I'll call it building today. We don't have an emergency operations center, so during the flooding that occurred about 1.5 years ago, we, that team had to get very creative about having state, FEMA folks and emergency responders gather someplace. And we actually had to use an offsite location off of Fairview at one point, which helped with logistics as well for some Lover's Lane issues. But we don't really have an emergency operations center currently, and so The goal is once we get the security dispatch site relocated to the sheriff's office, that we could just do a little bit of remodeling for the interior of OES. So those are kind of our health safety priority issues or ongoing projects that could be stopped, the ongoing projects, but we're excited just to get projects going, so we try not to stop them. Okay, on the general fund, additional requests. The sheriff office has requested evidence lockers to store additional evidence that they need some extra space in that regard. The district attorney's office has requested a subfloor repair and carpet replacement. That's item number 15. The old jail, there's a safety bollard in the parking lot that we should replace, but it's not super high priority, but it needs to occur to the tune of about $6,000. Old jail. Eventually this year, next year, some year, we're going to need to replace both the roof and the HVAC system. So if it's not decided to be funded this year, we just need to keep it on our radar. And here's the kicker with that. For the replace the roof and the HVAC system, the $200,000 is really just to perform the design of that, because it's a pretty involved design, meaning the cost might be 1.5 to 2 million, but just the design would be $200,000. And so that's item 17. And then item 18, over at the RMA, we have all of our planning department kind of back to back in cubicles that provide virtually no privacy. And these days, a lot of our meetings are virtual, and so you have a lot of folks on virtual meetings, and their discussions are kind of overlapping with each other. So the partition walls would help provide some privacy as well as sound attenuation, and so that's item number 18. County roof at the admin building is also, we patch it from time to time, and this would provide more of a permanent, won't replace the entire roof, but it would replace it to where we wouldn't have to patch it as frequently. And similar with items 20 and 21, the roof over the sheriff's office at technology also has some leaking issues, and the training center roof is somewhat attached. So that's all part of the same system. There's a there's a perimeter drain system over at the old jail that's rainwater leaders and some other things where the water now is kind of running off the roof and it gets right towards the foundation of the jail. And so that's not good for foundations, but it's not a life safety issue. It's just a building structural issue. That's item number 22. Item 23, we've postponed for different reasons the Ag Commissioner garage remodel, which would help house the new Ag Commissioner's truck and another vehicle. And then the Office of Education and Interior Improvements, item number 24. That's just to keep it on our radar. It probably won't be needed till fiscal year 25-26. So, but just want to keep it on our radar. But item 24, highly doubt it would be needed to occur this fiscal year. So I will keep going even faster through the non-general fund impacted projects. So we're still trying to wrap up HEAP Tiny Homes Phase 1 up on the hill. Good news is for Phase 2, HHSA just obtained $2.4 million grant. Big kudos to them. So we actually can continue with Phase 2, which is 11 homes up there. The library kiosk, we've had to shift funds, find funds, but the good news is we're not going to impact the general fund to finish that project. We're still working with the communications folks, the communications folks need to underground some lines to get to that facility, and then we can do some site work and finish that project. There's a sewer vent at the jail that we can fix with the jail impact fee. Chappelle Road, we've been remodeling a home over on Chappelle Road with a state grant. RMA admin, we've been scanning documents for item number 30. That's reaching its conclusion. The jail would like to build a garden and have a gardening program using their own Growing Hearts nonprofit to accomplish that. Quail Hollow, one of our CSAs, we have a project to improve their entrance, and that will be done with CSA funds. Sheriff's Department security windows and lobby glass. OES is going to fund that project. There's some asphalt repairs over the parking lot at the old jail as well, and jail impact fee will fund that project. There's a playground at the county jail that we just have to coordinate with staff, but that's going to be from CCP funds. The sheriff's lockers for the locker room, that'll be funded by impact fees. CSA 50 has a gate that is being installed. It's actually funded by CSA 50, but it's on the list because it's a capital improvement project. Fire station number 5 will be located over near within the San Juan Oaks development. It's going to be constructed on a piece of property that has been donated by San Juan Oaks to the county. The planning and design, we have to go through architectural and environmental design for that fire station, which also might have a dual use for our sheriff folks. They might have an office there as well, according to the fire department. The design of that's $500,000 through fire department impact fees. And I'm going to skip over 40 for a second, jump to 41, and then come back to 40. So homeless shelter has almost been completed, as was mentioned, down on San Felipe. It looks great, and that was also with a state grant from HHSA again, which is great. Back to 40, library expansion. So the thing to mention, I think we've talked about the funding, but just so folks know, and I don't know if we're going to talk about ARPA much today, but there's actually a fund in ARPA where it was designated for that building, old courthouse building, to the tune of $187,000 in ARPA funds. So what we're going to do at this point is we're going to utilize those ARPA funds to work with the architect that's going to be doing the conceptual design, just preliminary design for possibly having the library at the old courthouse. So that's what I wanted to mention about the library expansion and remodel. And then we're going to jump over to new projects requesting non-general funds. So there's behavioral health. They're going to put up some partition walls in one of their larger rooms with their MHSA funds. Sheriff's office is going to be hardening both their front door and lobbies with OES grant. Similarly, they're going to have new key card access and a security network over at the Sheriff's office with another grant from OES. And finally, working with staff and some of the supervisors, we've designated some LTCF funds, and CAO can explain those a little better than I can, about $280,000 to replace the seats here and actually provide some security upgrades to this chamber, as well as some audio video upgrades to go with the security upgrades. So I'll just keep going, I guess. All right. Over to parks. So historical park, potable water, being funded by ARPA. It's a new filtration system that's going to be installed at the same time as their new bathrooms, which is actually item number 50. Back to 47. The historical park has been working with an engineer using sunlight giving funds to do some upgrades to their play structure. Riverview Regional Park, as soon as we can get through the environmental phase, which is probably early next year, then we can hopefully start building things. We're going to try to actually order the major part of the playground this month, and that's to the tune of about $800,000 to use part of the state grant. So that'll be a good thing, because it takes about 6 to 8 months for the playground equipment to be manufactured. Sunnyside Park should go out to bid in August, and hopefully we can start building it in September. So that's 2 parks. One's by Sunnyside Estates, and the other one's across the road over by Riverview Estates. Historical Park bathroom is actually, it's a brand new bathroom. It's a large bathroom. It's going to be prefabricated. They're going to have showers, and we're going to have a leach field for that. And we're actually going to size it so that in case the historic park ever has a kitchen, then it can utilize that leach field as well, and that's with ARPA funds. Veterans Park, we're just about to start building a complete interior remodel of the part of the bathroom that's near the skateboard park, the red building. And so that should start, we just are making final design revisions. It should start in a few weeks, actually. Lighting, resurfacing, and signing and striping of Veterans Park. It's a combination of ARPA funds and park impact funds. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna resurface all of Veterans Park parking lot, add new lighting, signage, and striping, and actually add an additional entrance off of Memorial Parkway adjacent there. And finally, over at Vets Park, there's some folks that are constantly getting bombarded by softballs, baseballs, so we're gonna extend some netting. I'm actually gonna work with City of Hollister to see if they can contribute to that, since the park's kind of a dual shared park and somewhat of a hybrid park, and so before we spend that $45,000 of park impact fees, I'll reach out to the City of Hollister Parks Department. And then jumping straight into...
Hey Steve, just if I may, on this item, the next one on roads, can you just highlight the changes? I know you presented this before, and maybe just highlight any changes to the road piece.
Changes. So SB1 funds, what we decided to do, so SB1, we're gonna have approximately, so the columns on the left is a yellow. We're gonna have approximately 2.8 million of funds allocated there, and so that'll take up all of that fund account. So some of the funds previously in SB1 were going to be used for Shore Road, but we're going to use enterprise funds and benefit fee funds to fund Shore Road, which I'll talk about at the end. Otherwise, SB1 funds have pretty much stayed the same as they were projected to be. I mean, we were hoping to build them, now versus a few months from now, but the funding amount has pretty much stayed the same. I will say for Cole Road, and I'm not sure where this estimate came from, but I can't correct it yet. I think we might need more than $600,000 for Cole Road, but again, we're still waiting for the plans, and so until I have the final plans, we don't know exactly how much Cole Road would cost, but 600,000 seems a bit low, so I'll just leave it at that. So going on to what might have changed, no, I guess one thing to clarify, the new Idria Road, the ultimate design is still ongoing. It's funded by the state, but down to Measure G, one thing to note, so within a few months, we're actually going to have about 9 million stored up in Measure G. These are the projects that were already pre-approved to be funded through Measure G. State Road's going out to bid end of June, which would be great. And then the two big bridge projects are Cienega Road and Carr Ave. They take up about 6 million of the funds, but they're very much needed. Both bridges they just need to be replaced. And I mean, Cienega, that's the bridge that you cross right before you get to Hollister Hills and the wineries. So they're both very significant county bridges. And then for San Benito Street, that's just really to work on the design. We're actually gonna go for a $7 million grant to rehab all of San Benito Street from the new bridge all the way to the high school. So Measure G, let's see, Enterprise. No, Fairview was already there. The one we added on Fairview for enterprise funds is the metal beam guardrail repairs. We have Los Vibros, and we have 2 other guardrail locations now in Fairview that need help. So that's a new item on the enterprise funds. Let's see, traffic impact fees, those are the same as before. RSTIP, let's see. Those are pretty much the same. So CSA CFDs, we have a lot of projects going on with CSAs this year. They're all funded with CSA funds, but we added up to about $1.8 million, but those are not general fund projects. Let's see, those two are the same. Okay, so general fund benefit fees, see if anything's changed. The only thing I think of that's changed under 24-25, to answer CEO's question, well actually there's 2 changes. So one, Shore Road rehab, instead of using SB1 funds that are going to go to Fraser Lake, we're going to use a combination of enterprise funds and general funds, which enterprise funds can be general funds. So that's at 2.9 million to have Shore Road constructed. And then one small change I mentioned previously, we took 2 other projects that were going to happen kind of near San Juan Bautista, and we combined those so that we could reconstruct San Juan Highway from Highway 101 all the way down past high school to about Taylor Farms. So that is a change, the 1.2 million. It's not a change in amounts, it's a change in scope, yeah. And then and I don't think it's necessary, but for the following year, if we want to continue all the way down to the city, it might be another 800 grand. But honestly, when I drove down there, it's really just striping. We need to do striping for sure, but the road itself is actually in pretty good shape. So 1.2 million is a new scope, not a new budget, and I'll pause there. So.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. I know there's a lot. And in light of timing, we're going to go ahead and call Ramona up to finish up the last few slides. And we're just going to be highlighting ARPA very quickly, also the overview and the vacancy piece. So, and with that, I just wanted to add one more comment to this, is that typically, I mean, we've covered a lot of material today. And there might be some things that the board may digest and ponder and think about and maybe want to discuss it a little further. Typically what we've done in the past on June 4th or the meeting prior to budget hearings, typically we'll have an afternoon session just to kind of wrap up any of the final questions, any particular changes. And that's typically 10 days in advance or 10 days prior to the budget hearing, so it allows us some time to actually make those changes. Either way, we can make them, and we can highlight that in the actual recommendation to your board on the 17th, and we can make those changes and apply them in the September adoption. So just wanted to let the board know that there's still more time. And like I said, there's been a lot of information, so I'm sure there's a lot of questions and things maybe that you may forget about and want to talk about more later. So with that, I think this is a really key component to wrapping up this presentation. I know there's a lot, but I think the spreadsheets and really wrapping up the vacancy piece, the vacancy budgeting piece. So go ahead, Ramon.
Do you want to review the ARPA list?
Sure, you can go ahead and do that first. And just we'll be brief. Really, just open it up with the key component of this is that we want to make sure, just want to make sure the board's aware of this as well as the public and the department heads are aware of it, been meeting regularly, is that we want to make sure we do not give any money back. That's our priority. So with that, you know, there's just a few items that we had some concern about. I think we've got most of that ironed out today, but we just got to get that those documents in place, this invoicing in place, and make sure that we've allocated a contract to cover these costs. And a majority of these items are Steve's working on historical park and a lot of these other items down below. We see here 1 through 12 or so is 100% complete. There is a section between 13 and go down a little bit further down below to 20-ish or so. Those are working on the historical park. Those will all be completed timely based on the conversations we've had. So you want to go ahead and cover a few more items?
Yeah, so for the ARPA list, the items I updated a couple of weeks ago are item 25 for roads, 26 for tiny homes, and 27 Hall of Records, based on ongoing feedback from the Finance Ad Hoc Committee as well as the monthly meetings with departments involved in many of these programs. It was decided to shift some funds from the Hall of Records up to the roads to bring it up to the $450,000 that was discussed at a previous board meeting. And then we also have an additional $26,000 for tiny homes. And I have in my notes that work has been completed for roads. We just need to, administration has to meet with RMA and get some invoicing so that we can have some auditable records to show for reporting purposes to U.S. Treasury. We just want to make sure we have all our ducks in a row. So I will be working with RMA either this week or next week to see how we can get that
Madam Chair?
program updated. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, do we have a copy of that in this file? There's so many different attachments.
It's a handout.
Okay. Sorry, I've been searching through all the attachments looking for it.
And just to add one more element, there was some concerns about the patching. So Steve and I are still doing some work on addressing the invoicing for the $450,000. So more to come with that, but we feel pretty strongly we'll get that done, wrapped up by the end of the year. So go ahead.
I think that was the main thing for
Well, and I'll
any
just,
homes.
oh, go ahead. Okay, sorry.
It looks like, I'm sorry, for 27 Hall of Records, we still need to fine tune what that amount will be used, like what program we're going to be using it for. And I think we'll meet with the Finance Ad Hoc Committee and probably discuss it there and find out how we want to reallocate these funds.
The last item on here, 29 Library Grant Fund match. We don't think we're going to have that done timely, so what we're going to be doing is probably putting this to a salaries. We're going to come back to your board with an actionable item. We really want to leverage our impact fees for the Library County Grant Fund match. But with that, we'll probably have to divert the funding into a restricted account for our match on that. So when we come back to your board, we'll definitely kind of have to do some journal entries to move that money around. But that's the only one that we internally had some concerns about, and getting that done timely, especially now that we're possibly changing gears and moving it to another billing site, which may push it out even further. So with that, we do have some, and just an add to that, there has been some work. It is potentially billable, so we could probably leverage some of the money for some of the actual work that's been done on the architectural review and some of these other things that we could potentially use and leverage that as well. So just a heads up, we'll come back with a better accounting later, but we wanted to make sure that you're fully aware we're going to have to do some more work with that based on timing.
That's pretty much it for the ARPA list.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've heard a lot of information related to general fund, CIP projects, roads, and the next item I'm gonna go over will be a high-level general fund summary overview, and it would be one of the 3 items that you received from our clerk of the board, Aurelia, a little while ago. So we started the conversation earlier today by indicating that we want to balance the general fund budget with potentially either keeping it status quo, meaning if we keep the vacancy budgeting, that means general fund departments will have the flexibility to hire folks throughout fiscal year. And then knowing that the general fund, because of fluctuations in vacancies, people come and go. Historically, the general fund has ended the year, not always fully with positions fully filled, which end up having a positive effect on the general fund. So for example, if you remember last time I was here, I shared with you that the fiscal year 22-23 general fund ended in the black, and we did add about $6 million to the general fund balance. And so the spreadsheet I have in front of you, and I will zoom in a few moments, what it shows, again, this is just big picture, high level summary. If we wanted to move forward with all department requests right now as they stand for general fund, then our shortfall, or the deficit for all the funds, all the different proposals related to general fund, would be $56 million, almost $57 million. Now,
Can you blow that up?
yeah, let me zoom in over here. Is that a little better?
Yeah, that's a lot better. Thank you. Just going up.
So we have a lot of proposals. And again, if we were to move forward with every proposal as is, that means the general fund has to come up with $57 million essentially to balance the budget. Now, right now, as a starting point, we're using our fiscal year 22-23 fund balance to see if we can balance the budget. And as I went through every single fund balance category, I included the non-spendable because I know that this $485,000 amount is baked into many of the every department proposal has a certain amount related to prepaid. And so I know we can use that $485,000 worth of, non-spendable fund balance for next fiscal year. I did the same thing for restricted fund balance related to the assessor. I know that they've also budgeted in a way where they know they will be using the restricted fund balance. Now, I can't use every single restricted fund balance to balance our $56 million shortfall, because I know that some of these fund balances are restricted for specific purposes, such as the PARS pension fund balance. So that $3.9 million, I cannot use that amount to balance the budget, so I left it on the left-hand side column, kind of toward the bottom. But if we go down the list for every restricted fund balance and assigned fund balance, unassigned fund balance, as well as an additional $6 million related to the San Juan Oaks benefit fee that I know we received a couple of months ago, we still have a shortfall of $6.1 million. And so one of the things we discussed with CAO Espinoza, based on feedback we received from the previous board meeting, is that, what can we do to balance the budget? And can vacancy budgeting, if we stop that practice, can we balance the budget if we did that? And so there's another spreadsheet that I'll open up in a few minutes, and that spreadsheet is basically looking at, it's a snapshot of vacant positions, and after I...
Can you pull it up, please?
Yeah, let me do that.
And just so you're...
It's also a handout, correct?
Yes, that is correct. It's part of the handout that he handed out. And just a heads up, when it comes to the budget itself, there are a lot of budgeted items regarding CIPs and other things that make up. So it's the whole budget that makes up the obligation that was shown earlier. I just want to make sure you guys were aware of that. Continue.
That's right. So, for example, under the proposal name Administration Office, that second row, the expenses are $46 million and revenues are $40 million. As part of that $46 million item, that's where we include the general fund contribution for roads, for CIPs,
hospital,
for the hospital. So all these large dollar value items that the board has decided to, commit to working on these things, that's where it's baked in.
Go ahead and go to the next slide.
And so if we look at the open position report, this, thank you to HR for working with me and helping me out, pulling up this report. So what we did is I received an open position report from HR staff, and it shows the column in blue which says days open. It also shows, I believe, a lot of other information which is not needed here, but I created formulas and I looked at a snapshot in time. So based on a snapshot in time, we believe that we have a certain amount of vacant positions which potentially can free up about $3.6 million worth of costs or budget. And then I also looked at the general fund position request, and for example, for the sheriff, the new position request, all the positions add up to about $1.6 million. The clerk of the board position is $91,000, and so slowly we're getting to that $6 million shortfall that we have, that we have a need, to figure out, okay, are we going to move forward with status quo, even including budgeting for vacant positions, or do we want to take a different approach this next fiscal year and then say, yes, go ahead, move forward with unfunding open vacant positions so that we can have a balanced general fund budget. And so that's what you have in front of you today. I also included, I think I went through the 3.6 million, the 1.6, the 91,000. We're at 5.3 million. That next item where it says from workforce plan, I have a separate spreadsheet, and that 1.9 million is composed of the assistant CAO position, the GIS manager position, and then 3 sheriff deputy positions, as well as a crime analyst position. And then the last item is a probation officer entry. So that 1.1 million is made up of all of these positions that are potentially vacant positions as of a snapshot in time. We would not move forward with implementing unfunding these positions unless we get a review from HR staff so that we know exactly which positions are vacant, you know, at a certain point in time before we move forward with this approach. Again, you have options. You can either decide, and you don't have to make a decision today. We're just presenting the information so that you know, have all the information in front of you. Again, this is a summary, kind of big picture overview, but we were able to come up with a certain figure so that if the board decided to go this route, we could have a balanced budget, which includes, you know, enough budget available for CIPs that are high priority, enough budget available to move forward with up to $15 million of road work in the next fiscal year, and then there's $5 million set aside for...
It's more than that, including other funding sources as well.
It will be more than that,
the road
yes.
piece.
Exactly. I'm only talking
Just
about
the
general fund contribution toward the road fund. But we have a lot of work. Everything that Steve mentioned earlier, just a few moments ago, there is a lot of work just from the road fund. You know, from that fund itself, there's a lot of projects moving forward in the current fiscal year that span over multiple fiscal years. And having said that,
so just in a layman term, just for the general fund itself, if we freeze or unfund the existing positions, we do not add any other positions. Basically, we're balanced with removing the vacancy budgeting like we have done before. So you have the two options, and you know, we just wanted to present both of them to you. So that's, you know, we'll pass it back to you, Chair, and any questions.
Let's just open it up to public comment so we can start having some dialogue up here with the departments.
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. I see no comments.
Okay, no comments. Okay, so Supervisor Kosmicki, I would like to go back, if you guys don't mind, go back to the sheriff and go one at a time and just have a few questions. We started with the sheriff. Let's continue that conversation, and then we'll get through this as quickly as possible, and I appreciate everybody's patience.
Sheriff. Supervisor.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, our conversation earlier, I think, is a moot point now. You know how I feel about these issues. We've talked about this over the last 3 or 4 years. And so, you know, I mean, I think it's very clear that we only have one responsible path, and that's to freeze positions, to not add any new positions from the general fund, freeze the positions that are open now. Frankly, this is the consequence of our 7 and 6 increase. That's the reality of it. That's not a negative. That's just the reality of it. And I'm not willing to touch a penny of the road dollars. I think that would be highly irresponsible. We've already committed to the public to fix the roads, and we've set a path to do that. And to pull back now would be highly irresponsible, and I'm not going to have any part of that. So I honestly don't really have much. I know that the sheriff's office has a lot of vacancies now, and that's putting aside the position request. So just in general, though, I'm in favor of, I don't really need to have a back and forth, to be honest. I'm in favor of freezing positions, not adding any new positions, focusing on flushing out the capital projects that are the most essential capital projects that provide us a pathway to a balanced budget without dipping into any of the reserves that are already set aside for roads. And I don't really think we have any other options when it comes to the general fund. I think that's to me, that's just, I don't really have any conversation that I need to have beyond that.
Okay. So.
One thing I will add, I would support, maybe it's from ARPA funding, I would support investing in radar equipment. I would support that.
If I could just comment real quick, Madam Chair. So it's funny, Supervisor. I think sometimes people, I don't know if it gets uncomfortable when you and I talk to each other in this forum, but just for everyone to know, like, we have a relationship where I think I value the fact that you were very straightforward and you're always very blunt and to the point.
Yeah.
And I think that our offline conversations are the same. I've also gone with you to public meetings where the reality, in my opinion, that you're faced with is that you represent a community that is focused on roads, and that's what you're advocating for. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that you're advocating for your people, and I think that you are approachable and transparent, and you're honest with your people. I do want to say, like, I would like to go back. I don't know if staff can do it or we can do it. I know enough of Supervisor Kosmicki that you would not say that you believe that I said I was not going to ask for anything if you didn't truly believe that. I truly believe that if that was the context in which I said it, it's not the way that I meant it. So I would like to have some clarification at some point, because it's not the first time this has come up. I know with Supervisor Zanger, he's brought up that I said I wasn't going to ask for anything for 5 years. I've always thought that was a tongue-in-cheek type of comment. I do think I've come up here when we've asked for things and said that I would absorb it into my budget. I think that I've had conversation with supervisors over negotiations saying that I would rather you focus on salary than positions because I was worried about losing people. But I've always looked at the budget as a year-by-year thing, and as I'm putting new administrators into new positions and really trying to delve into what our shortcomings are, I feel obligated to the community and to the board to say, this is what I've identified, what we need to work on. It doesn't mean that I'm up here banging my fist saying you will or you must give me these things, but it's a direction that I feel like we need to go in, just like roads. I mean, the roads have been neglected for decades in this community, and now we're trying to fix it all at once. And I think that we need to have that same mentality with all the departments and the offices in this county, that everything's neglected is probably a little bit harsh term. We haven't had the revenue, but I do think there are certain things that have been neglected, and I think that we just need to chip away at those things. So I personally always appreciate our dialogue, and so I just hope nobody gets a stomachache when we have banter back and forth.
That's fine. That's part of this job.
For sure.
If I'm not feeling awkward and you're not feeling awkward, we're not doing our job.
I agree.
But I do think we're just starting to chip away at the roads, and we have a long way to go, just as we do with some of these other areas. But I don't think we can pull back on that. We committed to that. That would be absurd for us to pull back on that. And whoever would support that on this board, you'd have egg on your face. So I don't think that's even a conversation. I don't think it's even a possibility at this point. So that's all I'm saying, is that this particular year, where we're at, let's find some revenue sources. But where we're at right now, it's very clear that, we did the 7 and 6. If we could go, if we wanted more positions, then we shouldn't have done the 7 and 6. That's the reality of this. And I said at the time, I support the 7 and 6. I still support the 7 and 6, but there are repercussions to that. We're all going to have to roll up our sleeves for at least a year or two, and we're going to have to figure this out. But I just don't think we have funding. I know we don't. We just don't have funding for new positions. And I do have some questions on subvention funds and things like that. I don't know if you want to go department by department, or if you
what
want
I'd like to do, I'd like to do it by department so we can get everybody's comments here and then go to the next one. So
I do have one. So just a couple other things. I had some thoughts on. I guess we're going to have to flush out, and I don't know if that's a facilities committee / finance. These capital. To me, we're probably going to just have to say, what is the available dollar amount that we have for capital projects, and what are the most essential capital projects, and that's what we can afford to do this year. Just like any family balances their budget, that's what we're going to have to do. And so, Steve, Ray, the board, we're just going to have to figure out the dollar amounts, what we can afford, and we're probably going to have a few $1 million to spend on capital, and that's where we're at. And but the old jail in particular, I'm not trying to grill you here. Trust me. It's like $1.5 million in ask. I just think we have to figure out what we're doing with that facility first before committing to all these fixes. Basically, we got to figure out what departments. We just got to figure out the future of that facility. I just don't think we're there yet.
I appreciate that. So just real quick, I don't want to take up too much time, but with I think it's easier for us to track to say old jail, new jail. As far as the state's concerned, they're two separate independent facilities. One's a rehabilitation center, one's a jail. And so I think that there was a belief, and I didn't work jail project, so I'm super going to try to dodge this one because it's something that I inherited. But the way that I understood it, even being internal in the sheriff's office, I understood that it was a jail expansion, that basically we're getting like a new jail. And that's not what we got. What we got is we had a deficiency in programming. We were outside of the Title 15, Title 24 regulations for the state of California. They've been working on that thing for over a decade to try to get it built. And now that it's built, it's great for what it is, but it doesn't solve the position, which poor Steve came and said, when are we going to be able to shut the old jail down? And we're like, we can't, because the new side is not a secure, well, that's weird to say it's not secure. It's a secure facility, but it's dorm style, so it's not, it has a different level of incarcerated persons that can function there. So we need to keep the old side going. And I think I would really like to lean on council. Ray knows this, and that probably gives him heartburn at night, but I definitely work in gray areas. I personally think that we can leverage our impact fees a lot more than we are. Now, I'm probably too far to one side where I'm willing to roll the dice on stuff that maybe other people aren't. That's where I listen to council. But I do think that we have opportunities to use this jail and public safety impact fee fund balances that we have so we don't touch the general fund. If it's one thing that I've committed to the board and I've tried to do, even by bringing in about $8 million in grants over the last few years, is try to find alternative funding to get our jobs done without affecting the general fund. So I'm really interested as we move forward, even just with the evidence lockers. That's an expansion of what we're trying to do. We're expanding services. So anyway, that's a different conversation for us to have with council, but I think we should look at that.
And I think it should be part of the conversation about whatever budget we set for capital. Let's incorporate the old jail and what needs we may have.
Absolutely. And we need to use those funds as much as we can.
Right. That's all I have.
Thank you.
For the sheriff.
Yeah, thank you. Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes, I just wanted to add, earlier when Supervisor Kosmicki was commenting on enforcement of traffic, I wholeheartedly agree with him. Traffic has gotten out of hand. The speeders, the blatant violators, something needs to be done, whether we work more closely with Hollister PD, whether you somehow find staffing to do that, get another grant, something, but we definitely need to have some enforcement in there, because again, if we don't lay down the rules, we're not enforcing them, then the traffic violators are going to be running rampant, which they're already doing. And so it creates a very unsafe community for those of us that are pedestrians that are trying to navigate, the roadways with people who don't follow the rules. I mean, even crossing the street right here, you take your life in your own hands, even though there's a light there and people see the light is supposed to stop. They don't necessarily stop, and I sometimes cross it with reluctance. Even with the cane in my hand, I'm crossing it with reluctance, thinking maybe they'll have some pity on me as I'm a disabled person. But it's just, we shouldn't have to worry about crossing the street, in a community that we have law enforcement, both city and sheriff. Yeah.
And I'll tell you, Supervisor, that internal conversations we have with our staff, I'll say this publicly because it's not a secret to the people that work for me. There's a difference of being short-staffed and being busy. We're not overly busy here with call volume, but we're short-staffed, so sometimes they feel busier than they are and they can't be everywhere at once. But they absolutely have downtime where they can be doing traffic enforcement. We expect that of them. We're on them about that. They know that. It's being tracked by the commander of that bureau. And we'll welcome all feedback in anything we can. I know Supervisor Kosmicki is great about pointing stuff out and passing stuff out from his constituents, and we try to get on top of it the best we can. Sometimes it sounds like excuses. I guarantee it sounds like excuses because we don't have enough staff. But it's not because they can't do it or we don't expect them to do it. We do expect them to do it. One thing I was going to get to is that we've actually now brought them all up to speed in DUI enforcement because we expect them to do DUI enforcement. It's a thing historically. The sheriff's offices have been hands off with that, and I can't think of a better use of our time than getting people who are drunk driving off the street. So yes, I appreciate your comments.
Does any kind of writing the tickets increase any kind of revenue for your department or for the county? Any kind of fines or anything of that nature?
There's a revenue attached to a ticket that goes to the state. I mean, it's like, I'm sure our CA would
minimal.
understand. The amount that actually would come back to, well, first of all, it doesn't come back to the sheriff's office. If it came back to the county, it's pennies on the dollar.
Okay. And I thank you for making that comment about you looking forward for any kind of grants, to help fund your position. We appreciate that. In terms of the global scheme of things, I'm rather reluctant to freeze any of the vacancy positions because I know that each individual departments need that and love that, appreciate that latitude that we leave them by leaving the positions, in a vacancy budgeting. And so I'll have to see what this board decides, but I personally don't want to remove those unfund those positions from the general fund.
It does get back to what I've spoken to this board about before, is like, we talked about not adding positions or freezing positions, and there's times that we can never get caught up, but there's times that we have had pools of candidates come through that are phenomenal candidates, and if we don't have the spots to put them in, because we're gonna still have attrition on the other side, then we can't ever even get close to that benchmark. But I will tell you that, good, bad, or indifferent, our office in the creativity of Kelly Kennedy, we've been able to survive and balance our budget based on the fact that even though we are trying to fill these vacancies, when we're not able to, we're able to survive and stay in the black. So.
Well, also to the fact that you only have 2 FTEs on a shift, it's not safe for the community in general. I mean, we're a population of 66,000 individuals, and 2 sheriffs on duty at one time is just not cutting it. And so it doesn't put us in a very safe position in terms of the global scheme of things for safety of the community.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, Supervisor Sotelo, it's been a long day.
So first of all, I want to start out saying I think that both your leadership and Commander Corral's leadership is really exemplary, and I've been really proud to be, associated, be a part of the county and have you both here. I see a lot of the work that your deputies are doing, even when they're unwatched, right? I was just on Fairview Road not too long ago. Somebody had dumped, accidentally, I'm sure, some rocks were all over the road. The deputy pulled over, super dangerous, and he's getting all the rocks out of the road. And I was just really impressed. I almost called you on it just to say, hey, these are the things that, like, when nobody's watching, they don't go unnoticed. You never know who's going to be driving by, right? There was another instance going downtown on Cinco de Mayo, and the county is doing a celebration with the Arts Council and the Downtown Association. Who's blocking the road to make sure that our community is safe? It wasn't the city of Hollister PD. It was the sheriffs were there and protecting our community. The calls that you go to at the high school and keeping, it safe. And so I just want to commend what you're doing and your leadership. I think you're doing an amazing job. I also have toured the jail, and there's a real need there, and you need some extra staff. You need some help, especially with us committing to move forward with doing a better job in the public defender space. There's going to be more visits. Your staff, I think, is at a limit. I don't think they can handle a whole lot more. Yet, as a board, we're asking, we're committing to new contracts and doing different things that's going to put a larger strain on our corrections staff. So I have a hard time sitting here and telling you, no, too bad. And so I'm not comfortable right now saying we can't fund these. I can't take that position at this point. Yes, I get that roads are important, but so is the safety of our community. And I feel like, especially in the jail and with kind of our end of things as well. And so that's where I'm conflicted in saying no to all positions. So I guess I'm open for a discussion. We don't have to decide it today, but I guess I'd like to have a lot more discussion with you. I don't think we can fund it at, I would love to be able to fund it fully, right? But I don't think that's possible. So maybe what is reasonable? What could we maybe handle? And so maybe having some more discussions about that. But I am open to it. I am open I get the whole vacancy budgeting and wanting this whole freeze, but I feel like it's really it's going to tie the hands of our department heads and our departments. And so while I understand kind of why we were looking at that, and I also understand that there's some legislation that we may have to get real tight with, but for the moment, I guess I'd like to keep things kind of where they are with the way that we've been doing things. So in regards to the sheriff's department and the corrections, those are my comments for the moment.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I don't mean to I had one question though for you. You had mentioned that San Juan Bautista wanted another deputy. You had mentioned a second high school asking for an SRO. I was curious, are any of those, would there be any offset kind of with any revenue coming in where we may be able to fill some of these positions because we could get some additional funding from San Juan Bautista or high school or whatever it is to fill some of these positions.
Yeah, so as a matter of fact, I got worried enough after the way this opened that I was checking with Kelly Kennedy to see exactly what we've done or haven't done last year. I thought I was pretty on top of it. But the only positions that have been added to our office have been positions that we had revenue for. So it's grant-funded positions. Spring Grove pays for their SRO. The task force, which we haven't even filled yet, but the task force positions are grant funded. We also have AB 109 positions funded and some correctional officers funded through the Community Corrections Partnership. So the positions that we funded over the last, that we've added, we added some like during the year last year, but not during budget. But they've all had revenue attached to them. So if San Juan Bautista is able to fund a second deputy, they would be paying for that. If a new high school wants an SRO, they would be paying for that. As we move forward, and I've actually been working with Selena as well, to try to do, I've asked for a while, like we need to patrol the river, and I'm grateful that the board accepted that Jeep on asset forfeiture that's going to get us down to that river a lot better. But we're looking at ways that we could bring some integrated waste funding in to help fund a position. We're working with behavioral health to see how we can expand the response team and fund positions that way. So that's definitely on the forefront for us, is trying to figure out ways that we could bring revenue in to fund what we're asking for. And I think that one thing that we haven't done in the past, and what we can probably do, because the lion's share has gone to the city, is we can look at Office of Traffic Safety, and the new CHP commander can help us write some grants for that. Some sheriff's offices actually have motor officers, and they do traffic enforcement, and that's probably through grants. So we can look at that type of stuff too.
Okay, no, that's okay. I'm gonna kind of lump all my comments together right now, just because you've made a lot of points here. One, I'm taking everything in. I'm not making any decisions on which way we should be going on any of this right now. But I think one of the biggest challenges in this county is understanding the department's needs and goals, and then how operationally planning ahead long term, not 1 year at a time. And I know that's very hard to do, and it's hard to do with new board members, and it's extremely hard to do when we are struggling with keeping and retaining employees. And then, looking at our budgeting and then performance measures, and analyzing and evaluating what's happening. I've heard a lot about what you want. What I haven't heard is what have you done? Nothing against anybody, but we have programs, but how many people did we serve? What are the statistics? Where are we seeing the big challenges in our community? Where is the need, so that we can really focus on what the vision is long-term moving forward? Now, I'm not going to totally agree that this is all on just the negotiations of the contracts, but I will admit that seeing this report here, which HR and Ramon, I'm very grateful to see this. That new legislation that is going to come down is going to force us to eliminate positions, not just freeze them. So we have to face the reality of the future legislation that's coming down. That legislation is going to be pushing that if we can't fill a position, I believe it was 60 days, that we have to have a plan in place of how we will fill the position. That's how we need to be moving forward. We need to have a plan. If we can't fill them, then we need to go back, reassess, and have a plan. And if that's evaluating pay, if that's a consolidating job titles, and I know Henny's working really hard on all of these things. So, but being able to measure these things so that we can have a vision and a success moving forward. So I'm not going to say anything else, and thank you, except for everything that everybody in this room does, because without you, we can't get anything done. We can't. We just pass policy that can never be enforced if we don't have you. Okay. Any comments?
I had other stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for the sheriff.
Oh no.
No. We're moving on.
Sure,
Don't worry.
This is it.
We're moving on. We're moving on. We're just saying bye to the sheriff.
All right, thank
Bye,
you,
Sheriff.
Thank you.
We're going to bring behavioral health back up. And
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I can there was one question in here concerning the projects, I don't want it to go sideways or we don't talk about it. Concerning Steve Loop's presentation, we kind of just were quick. Okay, we're done. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it.
he's coming back too.
No, okay, good. But with the comment that was made, priorities and did we budget? So in the spreadsheet that was attached on the general fund side, we didn't really finalize that or explain that. 1 through 13 in that spreadsheet, we did budget for it. So it's actually in the budget, and it's about 1.2 million.
So that'll
and that's
roll
for the
over
health,
from this
that was
year
health and
to-
safety. That was
Okay.
the health and safety piece that,
Yeah.
that we wanted to just let, we talked about it with the facility committee, and we think it was really important. Actually, it's 4.6 million total on the ask, but we can only, I think, we could really only afford about the 1.2, but that's mainly health and safety. So that was it. And then obviously the road piece, you guys have seen that before. So that was it. I just wanted to make sure that
Okay.
we were clear with that.
Thank you for that clarification. Who would like to start with any questions for Dana? Come on up. You want to go ahead?
Oh,
You're
yeah.
good. You're good at this starting thing. I'm doing the
Just
closing.
get it out of the way. I don't have any major issues. My broader concern is because you're funded from the state largely and the feds, but the state, we know where things are going with the state. So a couple things, is 100% of the funding from the state. A lot of these are mandates, it sounds like, anyhow. So it's basically 100%. Are there any ancillary costs that come from the general fund at all that we have to consider?
I do not believe so. And in looking at the governor's May revise, the areas that are going to be hit when it comes to behavioral health won't really impact our department. I didn't go into those just because of time, but so the proposed budget cuts to behavioral health areas won't have a negative impact really on our department in terms of Rachel, in terms of looking at the BH quit, the bridges to housing, second round behavioral health workforce.
I just want to make sure that we're mindful of the reality of where this might just be year one of X number of years of cuts, and that you may be hiring people now that might not be here in a few years if we don't have that funding anymore. And I just want that to be out there, because the general fund obviously is not going to be able to pick up those costs. So just so that everybody's on the same page, that's all. That was all. I just wanted to clear the air on that and make sure that we're all kind of on the same page with that.
CEO Espinoza.
Yeah, Tracy, can you come up? So I think the question is, do we have a maintenance of effort for any of the subvention funds? I think is kind of what you're getting to. I know that we did have a maintenance of effort for public assistance. Where are we at with that? Can you define that for us, please?
We actually cover the maintenance of effort.
Okay, great. Yeah, I knew we covered it before, and I knew that you guys took it over. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, good.
And just to comment on your note, I mean, we're well aware of those vacancies and filling and being really mindful of those things, and we just have to continue to watch the budget and really pay attention to where the cuts, with the CalAIM reform that's coming in and all the initiatives. I think the governor's trying to figure out how to roll all this housing and homeless together, and there's been so many different initiatives that he's rolled out: CareCourt, CalAIM, housing, and right when we start standing up programs, he's shutting them down. And so we have to be really mindful as an agency and as a county as a whole how we evaluate all the programs. So I appreciate the comments, and keep us on our toes. We want you to keep us aware, and I think we work together regularly, and just being mindful of those budget cuts and how we can integrate our programs together. We're working on the BHBH funding to figure out how we can integrate those programs, because sometimes it appears like a duplication of effort. And so.
Any comments, Supervisor Gonzalez? Are you done, Supervisor Kuzmicki? Okay.
I just want to say thank you, Dana. I know relatively new to the position, and you just stated earlier that you don't have any background in finance. You're doing an awesome job piecing everything together, so thank you. I'm glad that we have someone who's competent and efficient in your position, and so you give me confidence, so thank you. You and Rachel, thank you.
Supervisor Sotelo.
Yeah, thank you, and I'm supportive of kind of the way that you split it out. I appreciate it, makes perfect sense, and I'm supportive of the positions that you've requested. So thank you.
Okay, so my comments are kind of aligned, I think, with everybody up here, hopefully, is that you guys know you have to run independently of us. We don't have any money to give you. I mean, it's just that simple. I'm sorry. And this goes back, I'm sorry, I'm just being off, woke everybody up. When it comes to state mandates and the state removing programs, then we have to remove services. But what I would request from administration, and if it's something that we could start looking at as an entire community in government, is the data of who needs our services. So we, as your representatives, when we go to Sacramento or we go to DC, we can say, these are the people in our community that need the most services. These are the people that need, I mean, stats to me are so invaluable when you're having a discussion with people. So just keeping that in mind. The other thing, I'm gonna do this after Steve's. I'm holding some of my comments. Lucky Steve. That I want to say thank you so much. I love how you presented the vision. I support the positions as long as you understand it's not coming from us.
Yes.
And I'm sorry to departments that we can't say yes to that are general fund departments. I've been that general fund department that never gets the yes, always got the no. But just know my goal up here is to really have that long-term vision, and I'm hopeful that in the future we'll be able to work more on that. So thank you so much for.
You're welcome. Just real briefly on the data, we'll be in a much better position. Again, we just launched a new electronic health record as well. We've been working with our friends at Public Health to really have a good community needs assessment, really focusing in on mental health and substance use disorders. So that should be coming hopefully soon. Thanks.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Okay, so we're bringing Tracy up. Any comments? I think Tracy, I've said the same thing. I'm not going to say anything else. Any comments for
Ditto.
Tracy? Ditto. We got a ditto. We got a nod. Great job. We appreciate
great
you.
job. I just want to be clear, so you're not requesting any new positions then?
No.
Because on the original thing, there was several.
The thing that we're trying to do is figure out how to retain employees, and we've been working with HR on how we can maybe change some salary schedules of some of the folks that are really hard to retain. We have money to do the work, but we don't have the people to do the work, and that's the hardest part. And so we're working on our eligibility specialist class is really needs to be reevaluated. As Nick mentioned, public health nurses are very hard to hire, occupational therapists, physical therapists, and so we don't need anything new. We just need to reevaluate.
That's
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you so much, Tracy.
If I
Thank
can
you,
add,
Tracy.
that just kind of leads to why I want to leave the departments and give them the flexibility and maintain that vacancy budgeting, so that way you can make the decisions that are going to prove fruitful for not only your department but for the community and the services that are needed that you need to provide. And so if we take away the vacancy budgeting and then give you strict parameters, and this is your FTE, those that you have, and you have no leeway to move around, that defeats the whole purpose of us trying to do what we're doing. So I thank you for working with that before we directed you to do that. But
And
thank you.
Thank you for allowing us to do that. We really do appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we're bringing Steve up. Did I miss anybody, Ray? I haven't missed anybody, right?
No, you're good.
Okay, I'm going to go this way. How about I start with Supervisor Sotelo, unless you want me to keep going this way?
No, that's okay. I don't have a lot with the CIP. So, is it realistic? There's a lot of projects on there. Is it realistic that we're going to get through all of these? But
I think Ray said that 1.2 million was budgeted. So
Yeah, we're
That's okay.
yeah, that reduced count, but still, I think you still hit it on the nose. There's still a lot even than the 1.2, plus all the road projects, plus everything that's kind of been working on. So I think there's a lot there. Agreed. But I think again, it's a smaller footprint. It's not the full 4.6 million. I think it was 4.6 million approximately. So I think it's manageable, and we can deal with some of the health and safety issues that we need to deal with. So, and just a heads up too, we did bring this to the facility committee. We are going to continue to bring these types of items as well as the master plan. So we're going to revisit the master plan. We're going to look at kind of a longer term view of addressing our buildings and the infrastructure. So.
Yeah, so a couple of additional comments. And just for clarification, when you're at home tonight reviewing these lists, because they're fun to read, the items on the CIP, the first page of the facilities capital improvement projects, as CAO mentioned, it's items 1 through 13. If you include the maintenance of effort for ag department, which is really kind of a matching fund with the state. It does about 1.2, but so it's items 1 through 13, just to clarify, and that includes the ag department maintenance of effort, which we're going to use. We already have ideas to how to use that for the ag department itself. And then items 14 through 24, we're not discounting those. Staff think those are important, but they're not necessarily health and safety general fund requests, items 14 through 24. So just for clarification there. And then, yeah, as far as roads projects, they're all on schedule. There's a couple of designs we're waiting for, but we think we're going to receive those designs so then we can build things. But yeah, should be good.
Thank you, Steve. I really appreciate everything you do. I know it's a ton, so thank you very much.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes, and speaking of everything that you do, I just want to make sure that we don't work you into the ground. And so do we have enough staff and support staff for Steve? Because I know what he's doing is a major undertaking. And you're responsive to phones and texts, so I appreciate that. But do we, in terms of FTEs and what may have been requested, do we have his department fully staffed where it's functional and not going to put him into an early grave because we're overworking him?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Sorry about that. But yeah, no, I agree. We actually had a meeting last week, yeah, about Steve. My concern is working him into the ground. Exact same sentiment as you mentioned, and I had a concern with him, so we had HR involved. And right now there is a lot of positions that are open, that are being filled, and he's going to be getting the help. It's right now in that transitional phase, and there's going to be quite a few positions in the managerial section and project management area that will help him with some of these things. So, yeah.
Yeah, and on a positive note, the board actually approved a capital projects manager that just started, a few weeks back. He's been super helpful with all these CAP projects. And after 2 years of searching, we just this week added an engineer 1 to our staff,
Right.
which is wonderful. So that's going to help quite a bit, actually.
Have we met the capital improvement project manager?
No, I'm not
Maybe-
sure he's been here. So we have a program manager here in the back.
Yes,
and then
I know
he's
the
working-
program manager.
Yeah, and so
Yeah.
the gentleman that's working with him, you'll definitely meet him soon.
Okay.
So.
Sounds good. Always like welcoming new
He's
people.
from the city of Monterey, and we're very happy to have him.
Just real quick, I'll just say what I've said before about Vets Park. It's one of my little notes, not little, is that I think we have to have a conversation about the future of Vets Park. It's going to, the costs, obviously, we've committed to using some ARPA dollars for upgrades there, but I do firmly believe that we should have a conversation with the city of Hollister about fully relinquishing Veterans Park to the city of Hollister. It's right in the middle of the city now. It's a city park by nature. There's really no reason why the county oversees it. Thanks.
I concur.
Okay, and with that, the only thing I want to end with, if you guys don't mind, is, I'm preaching to the choir, and I apologize for this, but, our priority up here is life and safety, and everything I've heard today is all dealing with life and safety, and that includes the roads and the condition of the roads, because that's for safe travel and the speeding and all of that. But we've had this conversation before about our bonding capacity and what the future we could leverage of some of our resources, and how we could bond projects now at a lower cost, because we all know from construction world costs are going to increase. So that's a conversation that I'd really like to maybe add to future ones, so that we can really talk about how can we leverage the best bang for our buck today and get the work done today instead of tomorrow when we because it's only going to go downhill.
Yeah, we can bring that back. We actually brought Ken in a year or two ago, I think.
Yeah, I remember it was a great presentation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can bring him back. I have been working with COG. I've been really meeting with her regularly about how's it going, and obviously there might have to go to the voters, but having our money, the actual Measure G money, continue to come in for the county, because once that happens, then we could leverage that funding to service a COP or something, a bond for the roads, and not have to use the general fund. We can use that and then just service it through Measure G. So we could just leverage a lot more at once. So we're working on that internally, but we'll bring that back. I think that's a good conversation.
Keeping interest rates in mind, of course.
Yes,
Yes,
always.
yes,
Kind of crossing our fingers that
Yes.
they come
Yes.
down.
Absolutely. But because of, my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but because of our AAA rating,
Double A.
AA rating, that we're in a unique position compared to some jurisdictions, and to be able to show the public that we can, use that towards solving some of our major problems, and maybe also relieving the general fund slightly from roads so that we can have that focus be on roads and then focus on our general fund challenges. That's my ending comments.
Awesome.
And with that, is there anything else on the agenda? I didn't see anything.
No, but I think for us, I think I just want to get a little bit more clarity from you. I know I don't really want to put a lot of pressure on you, but the vacancy, freezing the positions, we kind of need to know. We could come back, like I said, in June and get that finalized, but I would rather be, if the will is to kind of keep it the same, we'll keep it the same. If the will is to freeze the positions, that'll be helpful when it comes to the June 17th meeting.
I would have to say that and this is going to be awkward because there's only 4 of us up here, because of the future legislation and the fact that we're going to have to deal with this, I think we need to deal with it now and not kick the can. So if you can come up with a creative way of freezing that also has a loophole in it that the board can make decisions that are to unfreeze when certain situations happen because of life safety or something. I don't like freezes, but we've been vacancy budgeting for so long, it's going to bite us, and I'm really nervous about what that future will look like.
What is the time frame that the vacancy budget has to be addressed? I mean, is there a deadline that's looming? Because I'm not aware of the legislation.
Yeah, there's new legislation it's not only finalized yet. It is documenting. We're doing a lot of work. I don't know if you want to get up, Penny, and talk a little bit about it. We went through and read through it. We read through it and looked at it. We're already doing some of the requirements that are outlined in that legislation. But it's because they don't fully. Well, I'll let you explain it. Go ahead, Penny.
Yeah. So some of that we've already been kind of addressed. We've been addressing earlier on, just part of our own processing, just so we can stay on top of recruitments and know where we are at with certain things, how long things are taking. Again, it's still in the process. It hasn't been finalized yet, but whatever tweaks that we need to make going forward, we can do. Plan-wise, when it comes to recruitment, it's very challenging because every position is has a different need and sometimes, a management position is sometimes easier to recruit for versus just a staff person, position. Because of pay and different things. So everything is kind of subjective. So that's what's kind of difficult with that legislation is that we may have a position that turns over pretty quickly but fills pretty quickly, and then you have like an occupational therapist that is all the moons of Jupiter need to be aligned before you can find somebody. So those are very hard to how do you create a plan when you've got some that are very, very different. So that's one of the things that we're kind of looking at and figuring out how that would work.
So one of the questions I have on the freeze is the freeze for vacant positions only? If they become vacant, are they also being frozen? Is that because where the dominoes effect happens is then you start having people leave and you're freezing positions that they just left, and now you're crippling the department. Sorry, been there, done that, hate that position of being in.
We would have to, we talked, I think Ramon had mentioned that, we would have to go and sit down with HR and look at if there's anything in the process, if it's a hold in the recruitment process. So there would be a lot of work that would have to go into that. Again, the sheet that you have is a snapshot of time.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of vacancy, open days with some of these, if you notice.
Yeah, over 1,000.
Yeah, over 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, that was
2-3
pretty
years.
shocking.
Yeah, so it's so with that, obviously, a lot of these probably would be okay to be able to move forward and fund. What I think we can do is that if again, we only have 4 people here today.
But I'm sorry.
So what
Dom
I think
I'm sorry. I did use my phone a friend on Dom, and I know you've talked to Dom, Ray, so let's not beat around the bush. Dom wants to freeze positions.
Okay, so what I would suggest is that we can come back at our next meeting and discuss it a little bit more, and we can delve into HR. That's ultimately what I'm saying, is to understand exactly what those numbers are going to be.
And if we can also to look at the actual legislation, because again, I'm not aware of it, I don't know if the public's aware of it, but that way they can look at the parameters of what we're actually looking at and what we're reacting to.
Well, and I don't, has the legislation passed or
No,
it's
it
being
has
proposed?
not passed.
It hasn't passed.
It has
Hasn't
not
passed.
passed, but the point I'm trying to get at is we've got positions that haven't been filled in years.
Right.
And if we can start to look at this, some of these positions, yeah, have really fast turnovers. 11 days open, and it's going to be filled already. Well, if I just don't feel like it's black or white. I feel like yes, freezing, but freezing everything and crippling departments.
Yeah.
I think we need to just have a little more information about what that number would be if we only froze all the ones that can't be filled, that are under 100 days or something.
Well, even a year, something that's been open for a year, it's like, and the departments have made do with the vacancy for a year, then maybe that's something we can consider. Give it a strict timeline that we follow, and if we're gonna go hard, fast, and freeze these positions, I would like to do it within a time frame where it's a distinct period of time, not 10 days, not 90 days, but 180, 360 days plus.
Well, I don't know if I would go that far, but Supervisor Kosmicki,
Yeah,
please.
just to try to paint a broader picture here, we just don't have the money. I mean, this is like having $1,000 in the bank and insisting on spending $10,000 on a car without credit. So I just think we have to make hard decisions. That's the reality. We approved 7% and 6% increases, which amounts to basically 14% over 2 years, if you include all the math, plus the $200 a year, or $200 a month health care. Those extraordinarily, historically generous pay increases. Okay, we just do not have the money in the bank. So we have to make hard decisions, is my main point. If there's an insistence on maintaining some positions, I would just suggest picking a handful of absolutely essential positions and remaining flexible with the understanding that you can backfill that down the road if other positions, if people leave jobs that are considered less essential, so that we're not, if we're having to dip into the general fund reserve, we already don't have any reserves. The reserves we have right now are irresponsible. They really are, and we've talked about building those reserves back up, but where we're at right now is really not adequate. That's the problem that we're in now. And so that's what I would suggest, is really just picking, if the majority, I always respect the majority, wants to insist on maintaining some positions, I would just say at like a handful at the most, and to remain flexible through the year, and maybe come back at mid-year and do some mid-year adjustments.
That's something we can definitely do.
And
That's easy to do.
What I can make a recommendation is, being in government for as long as I have, I lived through that 2009, 2010, 2011 recession, and we had to do take-backs in Formal County, and basically we got to the point it was a case-by-case basis. That's how in depth and how tight it was, is that we basically, anything that was suggested that was going to be filled was really done by a case-by-case basis to really dissect that. What I can also recommend is that form that you had, that sheet, the ones that had the days on it. I can give the board some information of maybe why there's a little bit of history of some of those things, because they're probably positions that are very technical, require a lot of skill set. We just don't attract that level here. Those positions could be filled with extra help by retired annuitants, so they're not filled as an FTE, but they're filled by a retired annuitant. So I think that's what some of those positions are. So we can bring you that.
So we'll bring that back, and we will look at it. One of the things that Ramona and I talked about is potentially doing a hybrid. Trying to take maybe phase in the next year or two of removing the vacancy, but maybe gleaming what really is important, what positions that we need to have. I would also say that I kind of disagree with you, Supervisor Guzman, about the reserves. We have worked hard on that. We fought for the benchmark award, receiving $14 million on that. There was a lot of work with that. There's some other things that we are reserves up, but we have deferred a lot of that per the board's request to put it back into road. So on the reserves, I just
So
want
they're not available. That's all I'm
No,
saying.
I know, but what I'm saying is that's based on the board.
Yeah,
the board's direction, and I agree with you. that we don't have any more reserves outside of just a small reserve now, basically, based on.
Absolute, go right ahead.
Just as a suggestion, when we come back, is at least to have a discussion about, if, because of the hard decisions we're having to make here, to have a discussion, because the new supervisors, you've had some time to go through these trainings and things. Let's look at the Board of Supervisors budget. I think we should have had a harder discussion today about the Board of Supervisors budget as far as training, travel. Can we tighten up the travel? Maybe do no out-of-state travel for a while to soften the blow. I also think we should look at that $30,000 that's we're setting aside for nonprofits as just a giveaway. And then I would also say let's take a look at the memberships, and we can't have everything. We can't have everything. So MBEP, CalOZ, I don't even know what CalOZ is, MBEP, and just take a look at all those sort of like discretionary areas. And then I also will say I'd like to take a look at the, especially because of the library expansion that's coming up. Not only we talked about the vacancy part of the library, but the services and supplies budget at the library, and whether that can make up for some of the difference. I know Tammy's here. You don't want to hear this, but we're good. It's going to be a year where we're not going to have a lot of people going to the library because we don't even know where the library is going to be basically for a year. They're going to be in a garage somewhere. So
No, I disagree with you.
So we have to have these discussions. You can't have everything. We can't afford everything.
I agree.
We have had these discussions though over the years.
But I agree. This is going to be a really unique year because of the state budget, and we do not really know completely. I'm looking at Ramon after going to realignment, how that's going to affect us. The realignment with there's money that comes in for the sheriff's department and how that will be affected, because the one thing I am most concerned about is the safety of our community and our residents, and that includes, having patrols and making sure that we're stopping, traffic offenders. But we don't really know what we have until we have the numbers from them. So the state is it's not everything to us, but we know we're going to definitely have a downturn. And once you have a downturn at the state level, we know it's going to affect us locally, and it's going to affect the economy of our local residents. And so I agree, these are tough decisions, and we have to make them. So right now, I totally agree with Supervisor Kosmicki in the sense that, we need to be very selective about what positions, but also look at what those positions are and how they can keep us safe.
Thank you. That's all I wanted.
Okay.
Appreciate that. So I believe that's all we have.
Okay. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
4-0. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all your patience today.